that, big shout out to you. And if you joined us for that yesterday, if not, then it's on the channel. It is 2 hours long, but in all fairness, the first half an hour is the kind of the rundown of the show. And then after that, we just go into a general chit-chat, really. You know what we're like. So, yeah, we've done that, which is good. It's good to have that on the channel. And we also did, oh my God, the Katie Taylor fight. If you joined us for the Katie Taylor fight on Saturday night, I genuinely think you saw the fight of the year so far. I absolutely love that. It is my single favorite thing that I've watched this year. I can't think of anything else this year, and I'll include Cody and Seth. I'll include Tyson Fury, Dillian White. I'll include all the UFC fights. I can't think of anything this year that I've enjoyed as much. I'd have to think about when Thug Rose took on Zhang Wei Li last, actually thinking about it. But, God, that Katie Taylor fight was just amazing. It was amazing. I was buzzing about it on Sunday, and I'm still buzzing about it now. So, yeah, if you joined us at the weekend, then hopefully you had fun. This weekend, we've got UFC Thug Rose defending the Women's Strawweight Championship against Carla Esparza. We've got Oliveira defending the lightweight title against Justin Gaethje. And then on Sunday, we've got WrestleMania Backlash. And that is going to be the focus of this stream, talking about WrestleMania Backlash, talking about WWE Raw. There's not loads of previewed things for tonight. We do have Bloodline on the show. That won't be the biggest surprise, because obviously RK Bro are on Raw. That would make me think that Drew McIntyre is likely to be on this show as well. So I'm guessing that we'll get a big stare down or something will happen between those teams. I could see something else happening over on SmackDown. It does feel like this is probably the main event. Bloodline taking on RK Bro and Drew McIntyre. Feels like they'll make that a main event over Ronda and Charlotte. Although saying that, Ronda is probably a big enough star to warrant being in the main event of WrestleMania Backlash. And currently, it is the only title match that's taking place at WrestleMania Backlash. We spoke all about that during the stream yesterday, and about how I like that. I like the fact there's not loads of title matches here. So it does make the one title match we've got so far feel special. So I do like that. So, yeah, lots to talk about. I do think Becky Asuka will be added. We can talk about that. We can talk about the other feuds and everything. But to my knowledge, Bloodline being on the show tonight, that's the only thing I'm aware of. I'm not aware of anything else. Of course, we're going to see Becky Asuka. Of course, we're going to see Omos and Bobby. Of course, we're going to see Edge and Damian Priest and AJ Styles. We're going to get all of that as we head towards WrestleMania Backlash. But I'm not aware of any other matches or anything. But Rachel said, who wants to walk with Ezekiel? I'm sure Ezekiel will be on this show. I wonder if they'll add Kevin Owens against Ezekiel. That's been a feud that's been going. I don't know if it's worthy of being at WrestleMania Backlash, or maybe they'll book the match, like, for next week or something. It's hard to know, where we're going with that, to be honest. But they could always put Kevin Owens and Ezekiel at WrestleMania Backlash. WWE Spiteful says, hello, hope you're well. I'm going to change my name. When I do, can you remember I'm an OG subscriber? Do you know what you're changing it to? You might need to tell us what you're changing it to, because then we won't know that it's you, will we? So, just thinking ahead. PW Insider is saying Belair against Sonya Deville will be on the Backlash card. That might be confirmed tonight. Didn't see that one coming, to be honest, because didn't they already have a match? So, yeah, I didn't see that one coming, but it does make sense, Belair should really be on that card, should be on that show. So, yeah, I could see that. I think they'll probably add it on Friday, because that's the show, the brand that both of them are on. But, who knows? Go home, anything goes this week. Did you watch the Volta Cara Noir match last night? No. Do you know what, though? Do you know what's really funny? I did watch Cara Noir clips on YouTube after we spoke about him. And then I actually went and had something to eat. And I thought to myself, okay, I'm going to sit down. I am going to watch that once I finish this. And then I completely forgot again. I just can't remember to do it. But after we spoke about it, I did watch Cara Noir stuff on YouTube because I was thinking of putting his entrance onto the Twitter account because we'd spoken at length about it. So I thought, I'll put the entrance onto Twitter so that anyone that joined us for that stream can, might just see it on Twitter and go, oh yeah, I see what they're talking about type thing. And then I went and I got something to eat and then completely forgot about it. I really want to see that match as well. I really want to watch it. Like, there's no reason that I'm trying to avoid it or anything. I just keep forgetting. So, yeah. I had every intention in the world of watching it. Every intention. So, I will try. I give you my word, James. I will try. WWE Spiteful said, Kevin Owens against Ezekiel should be on the kickoff. Toby, shout out to you. I hope you are well. David said, could we see Bloodline with the 6-man tag match? Could we see both tag titles and the titles be on the line? We could. There's time for them to do that, but it's not at the moment. So at the moment, it's not gone that way. But, they could always on the Go Home SmackDown say, let's raise the stakes. Let's put the belts on the line type thing. I really don't know if they're going to do that, though, to be honest. Michael said, I want Finn Balor to beat Roman and to get the championship. Dizzle said, nothing from Alexa. She's probably still at the therapist. Alexa Bliss Gamer, who is a big part of our community, and, you don't need me to tell you, is a big fan of Alexa Bliss, is saying that they are expecting next week to be where Alexa might show. And I can see that. Quite often they will just get the big shows out the way and then move on to what's next. Sometimes they'll drop them in before and then just not use them at the big show. Or she could be at the show. Do you know what I mean? It could be a case that Ronda could win and then Alexa comes back. I mean, it's hard to know when Alexa comes back. Is she going to come back on Raw? Is she going to come back on SmackDown? You would think Raw, because it's Raw that we've seen her. But if Vince wants to move her, he absolutely can. He can do whatever he wants. If he wants to make her a SmackDown superstar, he can make her a SmackDown superstar. If he wants to do Alexa Ronda as the next feud or whatever, he can absolutely do that. So, I don't know. I mean, she could be the next challenger for Bianca if she does go back to Raw. I think that her coming in after Backlash would make sense. So maybe next Monday. Thoughts on Fightful reporting that Roderick Strong has asked for his release multiple times, but it's been denied after he re-signed a 2-year extension in 2021. Okay, so I heard about Roderick Strong asking for his release. I didn't realize it had been declined multiple times. Only thing I would say to that is, if you sign a contract with WWE, like, it's not right that they can fire you at any time, but you can't leave at any time. Like, it's not right. How is that right? How is it right that at any time they can fire you, but at any time you can't go? Like, it's the power with the employee or the employer over the employee it's craziness. It's madness in this situation. It is crazy. So it's like, if you've got a contract, then as long as there's no performance issues, your contract should be honored. And WWE are not doing that. Due to budget cuts, they're not, honoring everyone's contracts. So it's crazy to me that they can get rid of people whenever they want, but people can't go whenever they want. But I must admit, that to one side, I'm not surprised in the slightest that they're not letting him go because they don't want to set that as a precedent. So we've seen with Mustafa Ali that he has requested to go and they wouldn't grant it, because all of a sudden what you would do then is anyone that's not happy and anyone that is not getting the creative they want will turn around and say, I want to go, because they'll fancy their chances of being picked up by AEW, being picked up by Impact, being able to work in New Japan or MLW or, wherever. And, if they're just sat in catering and they want to wrestle, then, you'll get a lot of people asking for their release. So I can understand WWE not granting it, but all it does is it just makes, in my mind, WWE look bad, even more so, because they're quite happy to fire people, budget cuts, not for performance reasons. It's not because these people are no good. When they're letting go of Bray Wyatt, and they're letting go of Karrion Kross, and they're letting go of Keith Lee, and they're letting go of Mia Yim, and they're letting go of Braun Strowman, and they're letting go of, Samoa Joe, and blah, 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 blah. It's not because these are not good wrestlers. It's because that they are, trying to save money. They've bloated their roster, and they, need to make some cutbacks, basically. But I understand the idea that, but they put themselves in that situation. Do you know what I mean? As they're taking all these people in, they can see the wage bill going up. So they took them all in. It's their fault. It's WWE's fault. Their wage bill is that big. There's no one else to blame. No one's made them sign these wrestlers. No one's made them pay these wages. So as they're seeing their wage bill go up, how has that not been managed? How has it not been managed? I mean, it's really, really bad management on WWE part to allow the wages to get so out of control and to allow the roster to get so bloated. It's their fault. And it's got to the point where now they're having to let people go, and it sucks, doesn't it? It just really, really sucks. But yeah, like someone asking for their release, I can understand WWE not letting people go. But it doesn't look good, does it? There's no defending it. I ain't going to sit here and defend it. I wouldn't even want to. Hazza said, this is just a little bit off topic, but what did you think of Ronaldo? Personally, tonight, I thought he was sensational for someone that's 37. Yeah, I mean, he is someone, we were looking, he is someone that has gone a lot of games without scoring, and then he'll get a hat-trick, right? So his numbers look really good, but I still think the influence that he has on a game is greatly reduced from where he was. What he needs is he needs to have the ability to have a bad game and for the team to still win. Ronaldo is United's be-all and end-all right now. Like, there really is not much else positive going on at United other than Ronaldo, right? But the truth is, his consistency is not where it was. So today he's played really well, but I can find you plenty of games this season where he hasn't. So for me, Ronaldo, it is amazing. He is a legend. He is a GOAT. But it doesn't really change my thoughts on him. I think Ronaldo is, if he stays another season, brilliant. But he has to be in a team that will allow him bad games and will allow him to have off moments, because he will give you good moments and good games, and he will give you goals. But we looked, he actually scored in the Premier League at one point 2 goals in 12 games. 2 goals in 12 games. That's how bad his run was at one point. The thing is, though, then comes a couple of games where he gets a hat-trick, and he scores like a couple of hat-tricks, and all of a sudden his numbers look fantastic. So I'm not down on Ronaldo at all. As I said, he's one of the only good things going on at United, but I wouldn't paint a picture that's not true. And to be honest, he's been inconsistent this year. The team has been inconsistent this year. And if he was at a better team, maybe his consistency would have been better. So, but as you said, for someone that's 37, it's very, very impressive. Hasib said, in a way, I feel sorry for Roderick Strong. He's been lied to so much by WWE, and he has lost Undisputed Era. On the other hand, he never should have signed that contract. How can I have sympathy for that? Well, I don't know when he signed it. I don't know when the cuts happened, but it is true, and I've said it as well. I think anyone that signs a contract after those releases, you know what you're getting into. You know, as soon as, like, as soon as that first wave of releases hit, then maybe, if he signed just after that, then I can understand. But not when the second wave hit, or the third wave, or the fourth wave. Like, every single month, it felt like there was more and more releases last year. Now, did that all happen after he signed? I don't know. But I would say, signing that contract means that he was willing to stick around for a couple of years. Obviously, things have changed. He's lost Undisputed Era. His wife's gone as well, Marina Shafir. He is in a different situation now, but you always knew that was going to be a risk. You always knew that could happen. I think whenever you sign a contract with WWE, everything might be rosy, but you've got to think to yourself, am I still going to be happy if I'm just sat in catering and all my friends are gone? Because that is a very real, very, very real situation that you could find yourself in. So I don't disagree. I don't disagree that after all of that, it's hard to have sympathy for people. I don't quite know when he signed that extension, though, so without looking at a timeline and, all that kind of stuff, it's hard to say, but yeah. I mean, look, it's just we all know what WWE are doing. We all know what they do. We've all sat here and spoke about it a billion times, so yeah. It's a shame. It's a shame. I can't defend WWE, but equally, anyone signing with them now, I don't have sympathy for. And not if they're signing now. You'll get no sympathy out of me going forward. Because I just think an easy Google search will show you what that company does. And then you know what you're signing up for. So, will we see Mustafa Ali and Tommaso tonight? Could do. Dalmar said, could it also be that WWE knows he'll end up in AEW since his wife is there? And WWE is aware they don't want a full-on Undisputed Era. Yeah, I mean, they probably do know that he would go to AEW, but to be honest, I don't think that is what's stopping them, because I don't think it's unfair to say that the bulk of the Undisputed Era is already in AEW. Like, I don't think they get any bigger than they already are if Roderick Strong joins them now. Like, I feel like the main bulk. I mean, don't forget when Undisputed Era started in NXT, they were only a 3, and Roderick Strong actually joined them a little bit later. So it feels to me like Undisputed Era are established. They're done. They're already there. I'm sure WWE do know that AEW would pick him up, but we also know that Vince likes the idea of inflating their wage bill. He said on a conference call, they've been taking assets from us. Let's see if we can give them some more. And then shortly after that, he released Braun Strowman and Bray Wyatt. So he was, on a conference call, quite open about the fact that, that he's been releasing people and he knows they've been going there. And he seemed quite happy about it. So I don't know how big of a part that plays, to be honest. I don't think that him stopping Roderick Strong so he doesn't go to AEW, I'm sure that's a nice narrative that's doing the rounds online. I don't really buy into that one too much, just because I don't think Roderick Strong's that big of a player. For AEW, he's not a game changer. He's not a needle mover. The ratings aren't going to change. Their wage bill will go up, but the ratings won't move if they get Roderick Strong. I mean, he's a solid in-ring worker, and there's things you can do with him. But is he going to bring in eyes? No. He's not bringing in any eyes that aren't already watching AEW. So I think you could let Roderick Strong go there quite comfortably and not have to worry too much about that. I think it's more to do with setting the precedent. I really think it's more to do with, if we let Roderick Strong go, then all of a sudden Mustafa Ali can be like, well, you let Roderick Strong go, you haven't let me go, and all the other, because we don't know how many people are upset. What about if Sasha wants out? What about if, Kevin Owens was disgruntled and wanted out? What about if Sami Zayn was unhappy and wanted out? What about if Ricochet wants out? What about if all these people ask for their releases? At the moment, you can say no, but if you've let someone go like Roderick Strong, all of a sudden then they can turn around and go, well, you let Roderick Strong go. And then, legally, I don't quite know what that means. Legally, I don't know on what footing it puts them on, so I think anyone that's going to ask for their release is going to have it declined, to be honest, until their contracts just naturally run out. So I think once their contracts are up, then they probably won't re-sign contracts. But yeah, actually people coming out and asking for their releases is probably not going to get granted. Apparently, they have denied the release because he does factor in some creative plans. They released Bivens, who was in the same storyline. Where or what is the difference? There is none, says Planet Down. Jeremy said you have to realise Raw will have more viewers and actually butts in seats than every other televised wrestling show put together. Jared said, Meltzer said Roman Reigns will only be defending titles at stadium pay-per-views. Hello, we got a little bit of lag here, I think. Okay, it might be all right. Dave Meltzer said that Roman will only be defending titles at stadium pay-per-views, so next WWE title match will be July 2nd. That's a long way, isn't it? That's a long way. That's a long way. So surely he'll defend it on SmackDown before then. Surely. Can't go all the way to July. That's a long, long time. So, yeah, I can't be doing that. I want to see the title getting defended, like, every 30 days. I think 12 times a year is fine. You could even make an argument it's a little overkill. But I think Roman to defend the title 12 times a year, I think is fine. Even if it was 10 times a year, I'd be all right with that, actually. 10 to 12 times a year for Roman. Basically once a month, there or thereabouts. But to go from the start of May all the way through to, when did you say? July? Seems crazy. I'm sure they'd have him defend it at, SmackDown. Who do you fancy to win Money in the Bank? Cody. Cody, and for the women... Depends, really. I mean, it depends who they want to push. I mean, it could be Liv, could be Rhea, could be a couple of people that they might have their eyes on. I feel like Rhea wouldn't be the worst shout, but I know there's a lot of people that would like it to be Liv. Dawn Knight said, do you think making Ezekiel and his brother redundant or letting them go would be a nightmare? I think the paperwork would be a nightmare. The paperwork would be a nightmare. Amin said, how many minutes left for Raw? Many minutes. About 38. Will Randy RKO tonight? I'm sure he will. A Randy Orton RKO is probably on the books. So, yeah, we probably are in for a Randy Orton RKO. It's hard to know what to expect. It's a go-home. So, it's hard to know really what to expect. I mean, go-homes aren't usually the best. I don't know that I'm going into this with much optimism. I do think that Raw has been quite good in recent weeks. But as I said, going into this show, there's really not much in the way of a preview. So there's not much to really get your teeth into. Like, well, we've got this, and we've got this, and we've got this. I think it's just going to be final touches for WrestleMania Backlash, to be honest. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes, As we said, we'll be doing that big show at the weekend, and I'm sure that'll be fun. I'm hoping that there's going to be lots of twists and turns there, and we were talking about that in yesterday's WrestleMania Backlash stream. Austin said, Rhea is someone I think could win it, her or Liv. WWE Spiteful said, that means Raw finally gets the main event, or at least the women of SmackDown, or a feud to main event Hell in a Cell. Do you think Roman at SummerSlam, Cena, Rhodes, Rollins, or McIntyre? Probably Drew. I would imagine they will start that feud now. I can see Drew and RK Bro winning. That will allow Drew to challenge Roman for the title. I think there'll be some obstacles in the way. I'm sure the Usos are going to cheat him. I think this will be a feud. I mean, we've literally just had a 4-month feud of Drew with Madcap Moss and Happy Corbin. That actually started all the way back at day one, so I could see this thing running for like 3 months or so. I mean, the blow-off might be at the Clash at the Castle, which I think is early September, is it? So this could be the story that takes us through the summer. This could be the summer of Drew and Roman. So SummerSlam might be Roman Drew, unless they do just want something different. You know, they might just want something in there to break it up. But I'll say Drew's the most likely right now. Austin said, I agree. Drew will get the win at WrestleMania Backlash. Miss Clown says, get the guns out. Dude, if I had some guns, they'd be out all the time. Daniel said, Sean isn't a one-off each week. They haven't previewed anything outside the hour of the show starting. Mega Champ said, can someone please explain to me why seemingly everyone wants WWE to go out of business and want AEW to be the new monopoly? I don't think people do, to be honest. I think what you're seeing are probably hardcore AEW fans. So I think a lot of AEW fans want WWE to go out of business and AEW to be the new standard. But clearly WWE fans don't want that. So yeah, I would say not everyone does want that at all, not even close. Dork Knight said WWE won't go out of business, just like Coke, Disney, or Real Madrid. Orton versus Roman is awesome, but we know Roman won't lose before a main event. Amin said, did you hear AEW Rampage will be at 5:30? I did, yes. I think we might do it. Because we can actually start. That would be 10:30 UK time. So on Friday, we might start the stream at 10:30. That means Rampage will finish at 11:30. We tend to start at 12 anyway. So really, we're only starting half an hour earlier than usual. Yes, it is 10:30, which is an hour and a half earlier than usual, but an hour of that will be Rampage. So I think we could do that. I think we could start at 10:30, go through Rampage, do the half an hour before, do SmackDown, and then, finish up. It's not too far out. I think if it was any more than that, then we wouldn't do it. But I think, yeah, we could probably look to do it. So I'll have to have a look and change the time for Friday. James got his network back. Many congratulations. Just got my network back. The Rock is 50 today. I guess WWE released wrestlers this week. They did, yeah. NXT wrestlers got released, yeah. I think the past few Raws were better than the Raw after WrestleMania, said WWE Spiteful. Chris said, did you read my comment? I've read that one. Rocco's got a very modern life. Love him. Rocco's modern life. Love him. I got this from America. I can't remember the shop. It was I think it was called Spencer's. I don't know if that rings a bell to anyone. But it's a shop that had some old school WWE kind of shirts in there. I think they had the Attitude Era kind of retro vibe. They had loads of Bob Ross merch. They had lots of old school Nickelodeon merch in there. It was kind of cool, actually. We haven't got a shop like that, or at least I'm not aware of one. And it was called, I think it was called Spencer's. When I went to Florida in 2018, this was something I brought back with me. A Rocco's Modern Life mug. It's big as well. Love it. Did you see a bunch of New Japan titles changed hands at their last show? Juice Robinson joined Bullet Club. You have to think the new champions are influenced by the Forbidden Door show. I did see that Juice Robinson joined Bullet Club, but I must admit that doesn't do much for me because I don't watch New Japan. I've never claimed to be a big New Japan fan. I normally just watch Wrestle Kingdom and just kept an eye on the G1 and just kind of kept an eye on results. But yeah, him joining doesn't I saw people freaking out about it, and it being a massive deal. So, I mean, it's good that it's exciting. It's good that New Japan are doing some really, good, fun stuff. There definitely has felt like the hype around New Japan has kind of really settled down since AEW started. I feel like since the Bucks left and Kenny left and Cody went, and it just feels like I think a lot of big stars left New Japan, and now it just kind of. And then you had the pandemic, of course, the lockdown and everything. I don't think they were doing shows at all, so they did actually just shut down. So it does feel like they are, even now, still finding their feet after all of that, to be honest. So it's good to see some buzz around New Japan. Megachamp said, if AEW gets put on HBO Max and it includes the pay-per-views, I would be able to watch it then. I've got HBO Max. I don't know much about HBO Max, but if they could go onto somewhere like that, a platform like that, I think it would be very positive for them. Jim said, Juice Robinson joining Bullet Club. That is weird. Weird. Do you think Paige and Candice LeRae will re-sign their contracts? Well, Paige, if she has got a contract with them, I'm guessing it's a merch deal. So, yeah, I mean, why not? Why not? I'm guessing it's a merch ambassador role. So it's just kind of like getting money for nothing, really. Might be a few signings that she has to do or public appearances she has to do. Maybe a merch deal thing. But to be honest, I can't remember seeing any new Paige merch. So I don't know what contract she's got, if she's even got one, to be honest. I really don't know. But I know they do have a lot of people under merch deals. So, listen, if she's got one, it'd be silly to not re-sign it because it's kind of like money for nothing. Who's the other one? Candice LeRae? Probably not. I mean, Johnny's gone, hasn't it? I don't think she'd want to wrestle somewhere where Johnny isn't now. So, I think she'll probably be having conversations with Johnny, trying to figure out what the right thing to do is. And I don't think she'd be re-signing if he's not going to be coming back. Daniel said, New Japan have got a fatal four-way book for the IWGP United States between Moxley, Tanahashi, Ospreay, Juice Robinson. Be interesting to see who has that belt going into the AEW show. Tyler said, who do you think will be on the Clash of the Castle cards? I think it'll end up being a lot of UK wrestlers like Tyler Bate, Drew McIntyre, Butch, Dunn. Butch versus Bate, maybe. I don't think so. I think it'll be a lot of UK people, but I think it'll be a lot of UK people that are on the main roster. I don't think they will look to do like Butch versus Tyler Bate at all, because I think that Tyler Bate is too far away from the main roster. That you've got to remember, this is basically a pay-per-view show, a big show, like a WrestleMania Backlash, like a SummerSlam. I mean, it's 70,000 people, so it's a massive, massive show. They're gonna have, it's gonna be full on star power. It's your Sashas, it's your main roster. That no one's gonna want to miss out on this. It's gonna be Roman, it's gonna be Drew, it's gonna be Sheamus, it's gonna be Seth, it's gonna be Cody. It's your main roster. It's SummerSlam, it's WrestleMania, which is why I don't think you're gonna be seeing people like Tyler Bate, Trent Seven, Ilya Dragunov, Miko Satomura, Isla Dawn. I don't think, like, I think NXT UK, and I said this the other day, you might get like Ilya Dragunov defending the NXT UK title, but if he does, I bet it's against someone from the main roster. I bet it, this is the kind of place where you would do him versus Dolph Ziggler, or, you'd do him versus a really good in-ring, solid competitor, and it would be a big opponent for him, and it would be a way of showcasing him. I think the NXT UK, I'm amazed they haven't announced a show for them the night before. I would have thought they would have done, say, Cardiff on the, I don't know if it's Saturday or Sunday, but I would have thought they would have done Cardiff, say, on the Sunday, and then an NXT UK takeover on the Saturday, and that's where you'd get your Tyler Bate. And that's where you would get your Miko Satomura, your Isla Dawns, all that, those kind of people. Other than that, I think this is going to largely just be main roster, but I bet it will lean heavily into Butch, who's on the main roster, Drew, who's on the main roster, Nikki ASH maybe, who's on the main roster. But you got to remember, people want to see the stars, don't they? They want to see... They want to see the stars. They want to see Sasha. They want to see Bayley. They want to see Asuka. They want to see Ronda. They want to see Cody. So I think it'll largely be those names. But yeah, I mean, look, could Drew be in the main event? Sure. Could Tyson Fury be on the card? Sure. Will Butch be on the card? I'm sure he will. But I reckon it'll just be those that are already on the main roster, to be honest. James, welcome. It's always great to have new people join in the community. So big shout out to James Chadwick. Shout out to you. I hope you are well. As I said, welcome. Yeah, Austin said, welcome to the community. You'll love it. I wouldn't go that far. I don't know if you'll love it, but I think tolerate it. I think you'll tolerate it. Miss Clown 1 said, both in their prime. Who wins? HBK or Seth? HBK for me. I mean, I think back in the day, HBK would have a big tantrum backstage. Don't forget, Shawn Michaels was a nightmare backstage. He would be throwing his toys out of the pram, and it's hard to see Vince put in, anyone over HBK. The only reason that he agreed to even lose to Hulk Hogan in 2005 is because it was meant to be a rematch where Hogan would put Shawn over, and then Hogan didn't do the rematch. So, and Shawn found out, which is why he was doing that dramatic overselling, just, making a mockery of the match. I think if it was going to be HBK against Seth, he would have tantrums backstage, and he'd ensure that he didn't lose. Hollywood Guy, hello. Hope you are well. Hollywood Guy said, Days, it's been a hot minute. I want to know your opinion of what Athena said. If true, WWE should be ashamed. So, I mean, I haven't actually watched the whole interview, but the bit that I saw was her saying that she was... First time she found out that she wasn't going to the main roster with... Because I remember this being weird. I remember saying this is strange at the time. That Shotzi and Tegan Nox got called up, but Shotzi was at that time in a tag team with Ember Moon. So she was on NXT in a tag team with Ember Moon, and then next thing, she's on the main roster with Tegan Nox. So I remember that at the time being, this is weird. And apparently she wasn't told that was going to happen until literally like the day that it happened. Listen, we don't want you to be upset type thing, but... you're not going to the main roster with Shotzi. Just Shotzi is, but she'll be going with Tegan Nox type thing. So she was down about that. Then she got told that she was going to have a losing streak. She was going to go on a losing streak. She'd turn heel, and then she would go to the main roster herself. And so she was getting ready for that, and they filmed some vignettes, and then she got a phone call to say she was being cut. So... I mean, it is crazy. She said she did everything she could. She did everything that was asked. And she said, that she was getting ready to go back to the main roster, turn heel. She was going to be frustrated at being on this losing streak and everything. And then she gets a phone call to say Vince has decided he's not going to use you. And that was it. She was out. I mean, it's the whole thing's disgusting. I don't know how many times we can say it. I mean, there's no grey area here about how we feel about it. Just firing people is appalling. It's absolutely appalling to just fire people. Like, no performance issues. As much as we say that I've got no sympathy for the wrestlers that sign with WWE now, as much as we say that, equally, if you do sign, you should have that job security, unless your performance is not good enough and you get performance managed out. That's something very different. But this idea that, who should we get rid of today? Do you know what I mean? It's just, it's horrible. It's horrible. Not only that, but that's what I heard about Ember Moon. But in regards to Persia Pirotta, she had just bought a house last week. And then this week she gets fired. I mean, you are properly messing with people's lives. It's not innocent, doesn't really matter type thing, you know? It's not like, it doesn't matter. So what? They'll get another job. It's not that, is it? Because people have moved countries. Look at Tegan Knox, lived in Wales, wrestled in the UK, and then took over to go to NXT. She had to move country, leave her friends and family, completely, you know, move to a different land, build a new life for herself, and then boom, she's gone. That's it. Thanks a lot. So she gets cut. Billy Kay moved from Australia. Thanks a lot. Thanks for coming. Boom, gone. It's like these are people that like uproot their lives and then end up getting cut. And then you got people like Persia Pirotta that's buying a house. And you know, if you buy a house, then you've got to make payments on that house. And now all of a sudden she doesn't have a job. I should imagine these people, from a mental health perspective, must just be in really dark places at times. I should imagine you just wouldn't know where to turn. Because it's all well and good going, well, you got AEW, but AEW ain't scooping up everyone. And there's plenty of people that have gone out of wrestling now that have to just find work. Hard, innit? It's hard. I really, really think if you have a contract, it should be honoured because people's lives are just getting destroyed. Just really getting ruined by this. Yeah, it's I think it's one of the worst things WWE has ever done. Because there's bad storylines, but no one gets hurt in bad storylines. Do you know what I mean? All right, credibility might get hurt, but these are people's lives, man. It's really rough. Really, really rough. So if that was what you was talking about, Hollywood guy, about Ember Moon, then hopefully I answered that. Life of Daz, shout out to you. Says they should rename NXT. What would you rename it to? Life of Daz, what would you call it? Aaron Irwin, hello, bud. Hope you are well. There's lots of people joining us on this stream, which is really, really great to see. I don't know if there's maybe a little bit of excitement at the fact that we're building towards Wrestlemania Backlash. There might be a few people that haven't been watching since WrestleMania and maybe want to know what's going on. So, yeah, not a bad show to come back onto. I mean, we should get, you know, all the final touches for WrestleMania Backlash done. So I'm looking forward to the show. I just don't have high hopes for the show because we all know what go-home shows are like. We all know that go-home shows don't tend to have the biggest twists and turns. But it is exciting that the Bloodline are here. I mean, any show that's got Roman on is going to feel like a big deal because he is the biggest thing going in wrestling right now. So the fact he's on this show tonight does help make this feel like a big deal. So it's cool. It's good. I like to see the buzz around. I like to see the energy. It's exciting. Have you heard that Bo Dallas could come back to wrestling? I can't say I've seen a rumor of that. I saw an interview with his dad saying that, you know, he feels his son didn't get the opportunities he deserved and he expects him to come back to wrestling at some point, but I've not seen anything beyond that, nothing like concrete. But if that's what he wants to do, he should. I mean, Bo Dallas, I think, was someone that was seen as having quite a bit of potential. He was made NXT champion. I mean, a lot of people forget that. He was NXT champion for a while. And I remember him being in the Royal Rumble about 2015-ish, maybe 2014 or 2015. And he was NXT champion at that point, and he was in the Royal Rumble. And I remember them saying, like, you know, this is, you know, a big future star that will be coming up in the future. And then just didn't work, did it? I mean, they just never seemed to get behind him. He made his debut. They did the whole Bo Leave thing. And I remember him coming down, I think, with a flag. And he'd, you know, plant the flag in the corner and then go and wrestle his match. But just never caught on. Just never got people's attention. And so it's a shame. I think you could have done something with him. He just never seemed to have the creativity in his character that Bray did. I think maybe if he'd have taken a leaf out of Bray's book, I'm sure he could have come up with something very interesting. Maybe even if Bray had helped him flesh something out, could have been really good. Could have had another interesting Wyndham. Yeah, it was a real shame. hopefully he saw what Bray did with The Fiend and he's been having a little think himself. Because I think if he comes back, he can't just rely on, his wrestling ability and his promos and whatever. I think he's going to need some extra, and hopefully being with Bray and seeing what Bray did would inspire him and got him thinking, what would I do? What would I do? Imagine that. Imagine if, Bo comes back and he's doing something as creative as what The Fiend was. People would love it. They would love it. Mason said, Days, I've been trying to join, but there's no join button. To be honest, I think it depends on what devices you use. I think it depends on what country you're in. That button, for whatever reason, doesn't show itself on every device and in every country. I don't know why. I really don't know why. I mean, the only thing I can tell you is I don't have any control over it, and I am not hiding it from you. But trying to track it down is proving to be a little bit tricky for some people. So, I don't know. Try a different device and see if it shows on a different device. If not, then one day, you just have to dream. You just pretend you remember. James said, I'm surprised Bray didn't have Bo in the family. He might have wanted it. Maybe Bo didn't. I mean, it's with siblings, it's a bit interesting. Sometimes you want to forge your own path, don't you? So, maybe Bo didn't want to really be, because he would have been in the shadow of Bray if he'd have joined that. Maybe he looked at it and he was like, no, Bray's doing his thing. I need to do mine. Yeah, I mean, I do agree. I don't disagree. It is weird that they didn't do that for him or whatever. I'm just wondering if maybe Bo was, I want to go. I can understand that. I mean, I've got a brother, and I can understand wanting to have your own identity and stand on your own 2 feet type thing, rather than being in the background of the, Fiend and the Bray Wyatt show. So I could understand him being a bit about joining it, but it would have been a good move. It would have helped. Channel name said, after Cena looks strong, either he would face Cody, Drew, or Brock when he returns. When WWE goes up for sale, I'm confident Tony Khan will put in a bid as a troll, but it might come more serious after that, says Mega Champ. No way Vince would sell to Tony. Wouldn't matter what he offered. And Tony ain't got enough money. Because I know that Vince wants about $4 billion. And I don't think Tony Khan's got $4 billion. I understand that the Khan family may have that much. But they would only have that much because that's how much the Jacksonville Jaguars are worth. So in order to buy WWE, they might have to sell Fulham. Or they might have to sell the Jacksonville Jaguars to then have that money to buy WWE. And I don't think Vince would sell to them even if they had that money. So, because he's a very proud man. And I don't think he'd want to sell to a rival that would go on to, his show, and they could then gloat about how now they own WWE. Like, he wouldn't do it. He wouldn't do it. Just because they put a bid in doesn't mean that Vince would have to accept. So, yeah, I just can't see. I don't think they'd have enough, and I can't see him accepting even if they did. Daniel said, Ember said she was put into meetings about how to come across as sexier and what to wear. They were constantly referring to Mandy as an example, and she was laughing that this was even a conversation. Oh, I didn't see that. I didn't see that at all. People need to stop hating on Tony. He could be in the wrestling game for another 50 years. He is passionate about it. And who knows who will be running WWE, says Fortnite. Jeremy said, Bo just came out and said last week that we'll see him in the ring soon. Most likely be Peacock, says channel name. Michael Dolan, shout out to you. Humble Rumble, hope you are well. Harley said, who are the most obscure WWE superstars that could be inducted into the Hall of Fame? Listen, you put a name out there and you will struggle to find someone that won't get inducted into the Hall of Fame now. if the bar has been set that Queen Shamel can go in, then I feel that bar is quite low. I mean, I've got no doubt in my mind, if Queen Shamel goes in, R-Truth goes in. You can even make an argument for Tamina going in. You can. She's been in WWE for, 8 years plus? And even though she's done really nothing of note, you can say that she was in Team Bad. You can say that she was involved in multiple different storylines. She's, a big part of the 24/7 title right now. She's had multiple championship matches throughout her career. I mean, I remember her having a championship match at Beast in the East in 2015. It was Tamina versus Paige versus Nikki Bella. So, over the years, I granted she hasn't had one recently, but saying that, I think, didn't she have a title match against Bayley during lockdown? Bayley versus Tamina. I mean, I would think that Tamina would be one of the kind of least likely names that you would expect to go into the Hall of Fame, but they're always looking for women to go into the Hall of Fame because women have been very underserved in the history of wrestling. So now we need to put women in the Hall of Fame. We need to try and get women in to try and even it up a little bit more. So every year they want to put a woman in. We are at the point right now where we're having to put in people like Queen Shamel, who did give a wonderful speech, and I've got nothing personal about her that makes me not like her. I think she comes across as very likable. I don't have an issue with her. I just think that if that is where you're setting the bar, then you're setting the bar very low. Very low. Very, very low. I mean, if you've got someone that's been in WWE for over 8 years, had multiple women's championship matches, been in X amount of Royal Rumbles, been involved in X amount of big storylines, was part of, and again, you can say she was a big part of the women's evolution. If you say that the women's revolution was that moment where Steph was in the ring and she brings out Sasha, Charlotte, and Becky, and then she creates those 3 teams. You had Team Bad, Team Bella, and then, what was the other one? PCB, wasn't it, or something? Paige, Charlotte, and Becky. So you had Team Bad, Team Bella, and PCB. If that is like a pinnacle moment, and I think it is, I don't think you can really tell the history of women's wrestling in WWE without referencing that moment, because it was such a big moment. To bring up 3 of the 4 horsewomen and to then create these teams and to declare to the world that you are taking women's wrestling more seriously. Steph was saying that we know we've not done women the right way. We know that we've not treated them the right way. That changes now. We hear you. Women's revolution, women's evolution. Well, Tamina was a part of that. She was in Team Bad. So she was a part of that. So you can absolutely make an argument for Tamina. I mean, R-Truth, I just think, is a no-brainer. Again, longevity. R-Truth goes in. So R-Truth goes in. Tamina goes in. Usos are in. Dolph Ziggler goes in. Honestly, I think if Queen Shamel is the bar, I think the bar is really, really low. I would really be struggling to... it's harder to find someone that's not going in than it is to find someone that goes in. It is harder to find someone that doesn't go in. Right now, someone like Drew Gulak wouldn't go in for me, right? He doesn't have longevity. He hasn't really done anything. I would say he's probably a name that doesn't go in, but that is where the bar is for Hall of Fame. It's a really, really low bar. Anyone involved around the top of the card, they go in. Anyone around the middle go in. Like Balor goes in, Owens goes in, Sami Zayn goes in, Roman goes in, Seth goes in. All of those people go in. And I think when it comes to the women, a lot of them go in. Charlotte goes in, Sasha goes in, Bayley goes in. As I said, it's harder to find people that don't, but if you want some names that don't, let me find 3 names that won't go in. Drew Gulak, Humberto Carrillo, Angel Garza, Los Lotharios, they're not going in at the moment. They haven't done enough. And Dominic Mysterio, maybe? Dominic Mysterio? I mean, the only thing I would say, first father-son tag team champions is a pretty good accolade to have already at his young age. So the fact that he's been at, WrestleManias, the first father-son tag team, I can't even say with confidence they won't eventually put Dominic in. But maybe you could go with Dominic at the moment. But yeah, loads will go in. The majority of people you see will go in. Dort Knight said, do you think male wrestlers will ever be sexualized? For years, we had Ravishing Rick Rude, Val Venus, and Shawn Michaels. Well, I mean, Los Lotharios. I think everyone's, in Vince's eyes, he tries to sexualize everyone. I mean, look at Roman. I mean, Roman's had his teeth done, and, do you know what I mean? He's jacked. He's even bigger than ever. I mean, Vince always wants the guys to be as muscular as possible because it looks better. Guys want to be like that, and the girls want to be with those guys. So I kind of feel like that's sort of naturally happens without you even really thinking about it. And then with the women, he always wants them to be attractive. Do you know what I mean? I can't think of any unattractive women. Let's not start that conversation, but I'm just saying, for me, all the women are attractive. Do you know what I mean? I think you'd be harsh to say that, like, the women on the main roster and in WWE are not attractive. So, yeah, I think that's been a big part of Vince's philosophy for a long time. Wrestler with Andy said, could Baron Corbin go into the Hall of Fame? I think he will, yeah. I think he will. I think he will because I think eventually he'll have the longevity. I mean, I think there comes a point where, like, say, if you've done 10 years, I think then at that point, if you've done 10 years and you've always done what's been asked, I think you're really looking good for the Hall of Fame, regardless of what you have achieved. I think if you do 10 years, I really think the Brooklyn Brawler should go in. I am appalled that the Brooklyn Brawler is not in the Hall of Fame because we've shown with Coco Beware going in and Queen Shamel going in. Forget the celebrity wing. People always go, oh, Donald Trump's in or whatever. Forget that. It's the celebrity wing. It's a load of rubbish. But look at the wrestlers, the actual wrestlers that have gone in. Coco Beware, Queen Shamel. Yeah, I mean, these are not massive names. These are not big, like, world champion names. So I sort of feel like Baron Corbin, who's been used in mid-card titles, around there. He's been used very consistently. He's someone that retired. I mean, he's still Kurt Angle's final match. He won the Andre the Giant Memorial Battle Royal. I mean, look, has he been a world champion? No, but he did win Money in the Bank and cashed in and tried to become a world champion. So, yeah, I think for me, I mean, it's a very different conversation about would you put him in? Would I put Baron in? Right now, no, I wouldn't. But equally, I would not have put in Queen Shamel. And I wouldn't have put in Coco Beware. And there's a lot of people I wouldn't have put in. But I think WWE will put him in because I think he is someone that they've leaned on. He's done everything that's been asked of him. As we said, Money in the Bank winner, Andre the Giant Memorial Battle Royal winner. I don't even know how many years he's been around. Time goes by really, really quickly. He might have already done about 5 years. So if he's got another 5 years in him, which you'd think he would, then that would be about 10 years service as well. And that's when, like, the longevity thing really kicks in. So he's been in, he joined NXT in 2012. He's already done 10 years if you include NXT. That is insane. That is insane. He's been with WWE since 2012 already. 10 years for Baron Corbin. He signed in August of 2012. He made his debut on October 18th, losing to Dash. He worked several events. In 2014 is when he really got going. So in 2014, he was really being used. But before that, he, was in their system. So, actually signed with WWE for 10 years. He's been on the main roster since, I think, 2016. About 2016. In January of 2016, he was in a triple threat in NXT. His final appearance was in April of 2016, and then he goes to the main roster. So he's been on the main roster since 2016, so he's already done 6 years on the main roster. He's been in WWE for 10. Money in the Bank winner. Andre the Giant Memorial Battle Royal winner. I think, didn't he have he's held a belt, hasn't he? I'm sure he has. He has been United States champion. King of the Ring winner as well, of course. King of the Ring winner. Won King of the Ring, won Money in the Bank, won the Andre the Giant Battle Royal, won the United States Championship. Yeah, he's going in. He's going in. Hollywood guy said, don't forget about Barry Horowitz. He should be in. Yeah, I mean, look, these are guys that have done everything that's been asked of them. And even though their job was to job out, they have done everything. They've been on the road. They've made others look great. Not everyone can be main events. You've got to have jobbers. And these jobbers did their job. Did the job. And they did, someone like Brooklyn Brawler did it for 30 years or something. It is appalling that Brooklyn Brawler is not in the Hall of Fame. It's appalling. Because what message does that send? What message does that send? This is a guy that, all right, wasn't at the top of the card, but his job wasn't to do that. His job was to make others look amazing. He did that for 30 years. And he's not been put in the Hall of Fame for that. That to me feels like you're a massive sports team and the janitor that's been there for 50 years that tidies up after each game. That guy should go in the Hall of Fame. That guy deserves recognition. That guy is a massive part of your organization. But just because he's not on the field, running the plays or whatever, doesn't mean that the janitor that's been there 50 years isn't playing his part. So, yeah, I think it's appalling that Brooklyn Brawler's not in. And as you said, Barry Horowitz as well. Alison Tukwab, shout out to you. What a very, 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 very generous donation, Alison. Really appreciate the support. That's incredible. Really, really appreciate it. That goes into the channel and makes a massive difference. Can't even begin to tell you how big of a difference. So it really, really is appreciated. So Alison Tukwab, shout out to you. Really, really appreciate it. Alison said, is that true? If they can't keep the building up, the family will have to sell it to Disney. And is Nick Khan and Tony Khan related? They should keep it in the family of business. Steph and her brother should teach the kids. Nick and Tony aren't related, so there's no relation between those, to my knowledge. So, is it true if they can't keep the building up, the family will have to sell it to Disney? I don't know what that means. What do you mean if they can't keep the building up? Are we talking WWE? Because I've not heard that AEW are selling to anyone, and I've not heard that. There's lots of rumors that Vince is going to sell to Disney. But, I mean, what building do they own? They own the headquarters, but they've just bought a new headquarters. So there's no issue with headquarters. They own the Performance Center building, but they own that. That's not a problem. I mean, there's nothing in regards to a building that would there's nothing that would need them to sell. Vince doesn't have to sell. Tony Khan doesn't have to sell. Both companies are doing fine. I mean, actually, WWE are making record profits at the moment, which makes all the releases even worse. All these record profits are even, making the releases look horrific. So, Allison says they should keep it in the family. Steph and Shane should teach the kids. I think Vince is looking at the family and just wondering if it's going to be able to do what he can do, to be honest. I think Vince knows the amount of work it takes. And to be honest, I don't think Shane is Vince. And I don't think Steph is Vince. I think they're their own people. And that's fine. But there isn't a Vince Jr. I mean, Shane isn't Vince. Shane is someone that will work hard, but Vince is just next level insane. I mean, there's talk about him getting like 3 hours sleep a night and stuff like this, and just work. You know, he doesn't have any downtime. He doesn't go like vacations. He just work. He's always in his office. He's always at the shows. He's always working. And I just don't think that is Shane, and I don't think that is Steph. I mean, to be honest, they've got families, and I think they'd like to spend time with their families, and Vince didn't. Shane and Steph have said Vince just wasn't around when they were young. Missed out on loads of stuff. So, there isn't a Vince Jr. So I think that's a bit of a problem for Vince, because he could leave the company to Shane, and he could leave the company to Steph, but I don't think he's got the confidence that they're going to be able to carry it on the same way that he has. It might not get left to just one person. It might just be I don't know what the contingency plan is, to be honest. Roman's making his way out, but Allison, massive shout out to you. Really, really appreciate it. And yeah, I mean, I don't see WWE being sold anytime soon, to be honest. I think if it is, then that new company will put their own people in charge. And maybe they would reach out to Triple H. Maybe they'd reach out to Nick Khan. Maybe they'd, look at those kinds of people to run it for them. That'd be a good move. If I had enough money to buy WWE, I'd definitely want to be keeping Triple H around. Having seen what he did with NXT and how good that product was when it was the black and gold brand, how vibrant it was, I would definitely be reaching out to Triple H. But I would want Nick Khan as well, because I think he's an amazing businessman. Nick Khan gets a bad rep, but listen, I don't think Nick Khan's the bad person at all. I really think Nick Khan has walked into that business. He's looked at the wage bill. He's looked in catering. There's about 1 billion people sat in catering. The wage bill is like eye-watering high. And I think he's looked at all of that and gone, we need to cut this down. Like, we can't be spending this much money. It's just bad business. It's, if anything, if you want to blame someone, blame Vince. Vince is the one that signed all these people. Right. 7 minutes in and Roman's only just got in the ring. Vince is a generational talent. People saying hello. Elon Musk could buy WWE, said Dark Angel. People were pleading with Elon Musk to buy it, weren't they? Can you buy WWE and put the fun back? I know you want to buy Coke and put the cocaine back, but can you buy WWE and put the fun back? Tell you what is fun, though. The Tribal Chief. Fun fact, Vince has got 38.6% ownership of stocks, 81.1% of voting power. How fast do you think the Cardiff pay-per-view will sell out? Probably within an hour. About an hour. Austin said, talk more about how awesome Corbin is. I love it. I think he will go in. I really do. As we've just looked, 10 years in WWE. It's amazing when you don't notice how quickly time goes by, but I mean, it's been a couple of years since the pandemic started. I bet Bianca's done about 4 or 5 years. She's going in, by the way. When you say catering, do you mean backstage food place? Backstage food place, yes. Food facility. North Carolina. North Carolina. Acknowledge me. Smile on the face of the Tribal Chief. Oh, hello, RK Bro, interrupting. RK Bro interrupts. Take out the Usos. We've got Riddle. We've got Randy. We've got Drew coming down. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Oh dearie me. Got belts everywhere and Drew's coming down. Doesn't need the sword. You don't need the sword, Drew. Don't need it. That was nice, though. I like that sneak attack. Outfoxing the heels. That was nice. Acknowledge, the tribal chief says, Jason. Drew making his way down with the sword. Pointing it at Roman. Dun, dun, dun. Drew on the edge of the ring right now. Roman in the ring. Looks like RK Bro. Yes. Yes. Drop the sword. Drops the sword. Gets rid of it. Good. Yes. Drew drops the sword. Gets inside the ring. So RK Bro leave. Strike coming in by Drew. And again. Yeah, I mean, that's good, that is. Getting rid of the sword. Brilliant. Drew in the corner. Roman gets thrown in the corner. Big boot coming in by Drew. Here's the Usos. That was really stupid by RK Bro. Why did RK Bro not deal with the Usos? They are dealing with them now. I like the start to this, though. Referees are coming into the ring. Adam Pearce. Adam Pearce is in there. Big strikes. There's people going down. It's carnage. It's carnage, I tell ya! Backlash is a nothing pay-per-view. In The Rock's words, it doesn't matter. David said, I like it. Rampage is on at 6 on Friday, says David. 5:30, but yes. I like this show so far, says David. Yeah, I do as well. I mean, I must admit, when he came down and I was watching him make his way and he gets in the ring, acknowledge me, it's all fine. We've seen it a billion times before. But, yeah, I mean, it's all fine. I didn't see the RK Bro sneak attack come in, which was done very, very well. I think this feels like a big deal. It definitely feels like it's going to be, you know, as I said, a big deal. Like, it probably will be the main event. Charlotte Ronda does stand a chance as well, though. But, yeah, I like it. James said it felt like the Attitude Era start to Raw. Complete chaos. Larry said, I'm late because of the start of the show stunned me. Do you think they will bring back WWE Judgment Day? I don't think so, because I think that'd be a bit confusing, considering they've just got the group now named after Judgment Day. Where's the back of my remote gone? Yeah, I think it'd be a bit confusing. Mason said, finally, I found it. I'm now a member. Are you? Normally it puts a little thing at the end next to your name if you're a member. Did you press the right thing, Mason? Have you pressed the right... Are you sure you found it? Are you streaming NXT Spring Break tomorrow? No, we don't do NXT, unfortunately, anymore. I use the time for other things. So, if we are doing a stream tomorrow, though, and that is a Champions League stream. We've got, I think it's Liverpool via Real tomorrow. So we've got that. Alex said, big supercard news. We've got a new Cody Rhodes event cards, equipment, and card back come in via Twitch drops. Is that a dance move? Also, Umaga is back. Umaga! Jordan said, I wish we would have Paul Heyman win the 24/7 title. That would be funny. Allison said, that's what Vince said about WCW. He owns WCW. Yeah, he won't want anyone doing that to him. He won't want anyone doing, like, you know, when he was like, it's mine, I now own WCW. He won't want, because that's what I would do. If I bought WWE, that would be the first that would completely mirror what Vince did when he bought WCW, and I'm sure Tony Khan would be exactly the same. And he won't want anyone doing that to him. That's moody, innit? Not for all the billions. He wouldn't want that. So I think that if he does sell, and it's a massive if, because Nick Khan has also turned around and said in an interview, there's no plans for us to be selling. We're not looking to sell. Obviously, you don't know if you can trust that or not, but he says we're not looking to sell. But if they did sell, I think it would be to a network. I think it would be, to Peacock, or it would be to HBO Max or whoever. Ronda Rousey will be the new SmackDown Women's Champion, says Eric. What about Dynamite? Are you doing it? Yeah, so it's set up. It's set up on the channel. WWE feels a bit like Man United. It needs a new man in charge, says Aris Wrestling. 2 WWE superstars might take over AEW in a spoiler. This is an RK Bro ambush attack, says Rajesh. Edward said, thoughts on my baby picture? Yeah, I've got some thoughts. Why are you sending me a baby picture and then asking me to give you thoughts about it? That's my thoughts. Why would you send a baby picture to a wrestling Twitter account and then say, give me your thoughts on this? My thoughts are, why are you doing it? Them are my thoughts. Thank you for attending my TED Talk. Dizzle, your face makes me want to hug you. Shout out to you, LD Cool. Anthony said, what superstar beats Roman Reigns? Gunther! Gunther beats Roman. Here's the Street Profits. Here's Ezekiel. We know who you are. You're Ezekiel. Okay, we got another cut. Okay. Yeah. Yep, he likes it. Whatever's in the cup, that's good. He's fired up. Here's Alpha Academy. Here's Owens. Owens wearing a Becky Lynch shirt. That's Elias. Sheesh! 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 Evan! Sheesh! Evil Twin! Sheesh! Miscount 1, sheesh. James Chadwick, sheesh. Chadders, sheesh. James, sheesh. James Chadwick, sheesh. Oh my God, my poor ears, sheesh. I don't know what they're saying. I just shooshed everyone. Let him in, sheesh. We want the smoke. We want the sheesh. Well, there we go. Is that going to be the match we're building towards now? That's going to be Thug Rose sheesh. How dare you? How dare you? How dare you? How dare you? Disrespect Thug Rose. Not having that. I'm all down for a joke. Street Profits and Ezekiel. Dun 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 dun. And a swagger dun 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 dun. The Feeble Warrior. The Feeble Warrior. Street Profits and the Feeble Warrior. They're having a little bop. Bum bum bum. Bum ba da dum ba dum bum bum. Bum ba da dum bum. You sound like a French ambulance. Ooh. Yes, je m'appelle Nina. Nina, Nina, Nina. I am a French ambulance. Nina, Nina. That is my impression of a French ambulance. Thank you. Creepy vibes from Ezekiel. This match is weak. This tag team match is going to be interrupted by Edge. Elias Ezekiel for future Hall of Fame. I mean, I'm not quite there yet, to be honest, for Ezekiel. But, I mean, Elias is he's going to get some longevity. God only knows how long he's been around, but I know he's been around for a hot minute. Let's have a look. Listen, if Queen Shamel goes in, I know I keep coming back to that, but that is the bar. He was on the... Oh, wow. I didn't know that. He was on the independent scene. He used to wrestle under the name Heavy Metal Jesus. Logan Sulo? Do you know, I've never looked at this. 2008 to 2014, he was on the indie scene under the ring name Heavy Metal Jesus Logan Sulo. Heavy Metal Jesus? He joined NXT in 2014. In 2014, he was put into NXT. He was on TV tapings quite quickly. And then in 2017, he was put onto the main roster. So he's been on the main roster for 5 years. He's been in WWE for 8 years. Goes quick, doesn't it? 8 years. He's already been in WWE. Yeah, I don't know if he's there for me yet. What has he actually won? He's won Breakout Star of the Year 2018 and Musical Performance of the Year 2020, and he is a 4-time 24/7 champion. Can they hurry up and show me Cody so I can stop watching and go to bed, says Dragon Den. Sounds like a band name. Heavy Metal Jesus! Woo! Yeah! I just want to shoosh. I just want to keep shooshing, but I know it's annoying. I annoy myself. But I just want to keep doing it. It's so addictive. Shoosh. I have to do it. I have to do it. It's so addictive. I won't do it again. Or will I? Or will I? We are at commercial break, 24 minutes in. And we are up and running with this week's show. Like the Open. I don't need this match. But I like the Open. Who will win this match, says Rajesh. I'll go the faces. I'll go with the face team. What female wrestler do you simp for? I don't really simp for any females in wrestling. or just any, like, in combat. I mean, I really like Thug Rose, but I really like Thug Rose not because of her looks, but she is very attractive, but more because of, like, her story and the fact that she, you know, has got some, like, mental health problems, and she's quite, it's amazing, like, because she's got, like, anxiety issues and all this kind of stuff, and she has, like, it's not a guide dog, it's like a companion dog. It's, she has, like, this dog that helps her, like, with her anxiety and everything, and she's got these kind of challenges, but she overcomes all of that to be a multiple-time women's champion in UFC. It's amazing what she's doing. So, like, I really respect her, and I love her story, and I think she's a great fighter as well. Great fighter. She's got a lovely, long striking style. She's quite big for her division. She's quite long, so she's got these, like, really nice strikes. So just watching her compete is just, like, you know, pleasure. She had some great fights with Joanna. And then her most recent fights against Zhang Weili, no one thought she'd win the first one. Beautiful head kick knockout. Amazing finish. And then everyone was like, all right, that's a fluke. She'll lose the next one. And then she won that as well. So she just keeps defying the odds. So I'll quite happily admit I'm a simp for Thug Rose, but I'm a simp for more than just her looks. And in with wrestling, same story. I mean, like, Asuka. I honestly think I simp for ability. I'm an ability simp. Like, I'll quite happily, I simp for Katie Taylor. I don't necessarily find Katie Taylor, like, mega attractive, but oh my god, that fight at the weekend was amazing. And it's the same with Thug Rose, and it's the same with Asuka, and it's the same with Serena Deeb. Like, I think if you are really good at something, really skillful at something, I will simp. I'm a simp for Gunther. I can't say I find him particularly attractive, but oh my god, does he lay it in. Absolutely amazing. Brutal strikes. So I'm a Thug Rose, Asuka, Serena Deeb, Gunther, Bryan Danielson, Roman Reigns, simp. I simp all those people. But actually watching someone and, like, only watching them because they're attractive, I can honestly, hand on heart, swear there isn't anyone. There isn't anyone. Because that's shallow to me. Really, really shallow. I really, really go and look for and enjoy watching people that can go in the ring. I like people that can wrestle. I like people that can fight. This is boring. Where is Raquel Rodriguez's back? Austin said, I love those Gunther chops. Brutal. Crotch chop there by Kevin Owens. We got a little pop-up thing at the bottom that says it is a Seth freaking Rollins appreciation night. That's nice. Miss Clown said, I'm really good at breathing. Are you a simp for me? Well, I'm just a simp for you anyway. I'm a simp for you. Lovely moonsault. Days, you simp all the winners. Yeah, I'm all about winning. That's right. If they lose, then forget them. Not simping losers. Do you think Gunther chops in bed? Oh my god, imagine that. Imagine if you was his wife and you're fast asleep and he turns over. He might not mean to. Or what if he dreams about chopping away at someone in his dreams and he's like, oh, his poor wife? Or husband? I don't know. He might be that way inclined. I have no idea. Poor partner. That's what I should say. Oh, awful. Awful. James said, I like Seth, but does he need an appreciation night? Edward said, are you a simp for me? I simp everyone in this community. I simp everyone in the community. There's not a single person I don't simp in the community. But when it comes to wrestlers, I expect them to wrestle. And then I'll simp them. If you're a great wrestler, I'll simp you. 1, 2, kick by Otis. Craig said, I simp for Cora Jade. Oh, really? You should go down to the local nursery, then you'll find loads of people about her size. She's tiny. She's a child. When she has a birthday party, she has a clown. When she has a party, she has jelly. If she has a night out with her friends, they go to McDonald's. She's a child. Allison said, yes, they're business building Vince McMahon. They're business building Vince McMahon. What does that mean? They're business building. I don't know what that means. They're business building. They're business building. Do you mean their head offices? Like where the main building for the business, the head office? If you are talking about that, they do have a new one. That it is on hold at the moment, the new one, but they do have one. Titan Towers. They are still there, and they're not in any kind of trouble. They're just meant to be moving to a new one. They've had to delay that. That's part of the kind of cost saving, if you will. I genuinely think WWE has got some numbers that says in 5 years' time, this is how much we expect you to be making. Or, don't forget, they could be already talking to the networks, and the networks might be saying, there's no way we can offer you the same money that we're giving you now. So WWE could be looking a few years down the road when they're going to renew their deals, knowing that the money they're getting now is not the money that's coming down the road. So it could, we don't quite know what's coming for them. We just see what's happening now. And what is happening now is they're making record profits and they're firing people. So, look, they are letting people go. They have delayed move into the new headquarters, but it's certainly not anything that I perceive to be this is the end of the road for WWE or anything like that. It's just, I think they were just overstocked. I really do. The fact that they've been able to cut over 100 wrestlers and still easily maintain all the shows, do you know what I mean? Like, it hasn't been a problem. Just shows, like, how overstocked they were with wrestlers. How they just did not need all those people. They just didn't need them. Right, we've got another commercial break. Evan said you missed my super chat. Did I? Did I, Evan? You shooshed my super chat. Shoosh! What did it say, Evan? It does not say. Literally, I get to see the chat, and I can roll back a little bit. But it'll only let me roll back, like, the past, I don't know, few comments. So I do not have visibility on it. What did it say, Evan? Tell me. Don't super chat it again. Just tell me. I'll keep an eye out. Helicard said catering is expensive. It is indeed. It is indeed. Do you think RK Bro is going to unify the tag belts? Yeah. But not at this weekend show because they've changed the match. Basically, a simp is a guy that does or say anything nice to women. Oh, well, that's not me. Matt said, I think you hit the nail on the head. It might explain why they lean into the Saudi shows. More money than the TV deals. Well, the Saudi shows are like, 70-odd million. It's a lot of money, isn't it? It's a lot of money. But, yeah, we don't know what's coming down the road. So, they do. And it could be that they know that they need to be hitting a certain budget for what's coming. So, we'll find out, won't we? All those deals are coming up very, very soon. Evan said, I just asked if you think there would be a new Edge team member, maybe T-Bar, Mace, or Von Wagner. I do think there'll be a new team member. I think there should be. I think just him and Damian Priest is maybe not quite enough. for a faction. I think having at least 3 makes sense. So yes, I do think there will be. I don't think Von Wagner. I'm not sure if they are ready to put him to the main roster. T-Bar and Mason, really not bad options because they can both wrestle. They both need new direction. They both need something to get their teeth into. So both of them are perfectly fine shouts. I do think Finn Balor stands a good chance of joining as well. But yes, I do think someone will join, Evan. I do think someone will join. In fact, we're talking about it now. We've got AJ Styles. What about Backlash 6-man tag? Who's going to win? I think the faces all win. I had Edge beat. Let's up the ante. If I beat Priest tonight, Edge is barred from ringside. That's good, that is. If Edge is barred, does that increase the chances that someone else interferes? That would make sense, wouldn't it? So he will beat Damian Priest tonight. Edge will be banned from ringside, and then that's where we reveal a brand new member. That would logically make sense to me. I've seen on social media calling a guy a simp because he said hi to a woman. Well, he deserves it. He deserves it. If he's going to be publicly nice to women, then that's exactly what he's going to get. I'll be at Raw in 2 weeks. That's where DX brought the tank. Very cool. Very, very cool. Have fun. WWE Spiteful said, I'm back. Welcome back. Do you think Natalya deserves Hall of Fame? Dude, you don't even need to write anything else. 100%. Not even a doubt. No one would deny Natalya going into the Hall of Fame. I'm sure someone in the chat now will. But they're wrong. She is the most winningest female in the history of WWE. No other woman has won more matches than Natalya. No other woman has been on as many pay-per-views as Natalya. She's a multiple-time champion. Yeah, she's... the longevity as well. I mean, just think she came in with the Hart Dynasty. She came in with Davey Boy Smith Jr. and Tyson Kidd, and just think about everything that she's been through. Yeah, there's no doubt at all she goes in the Hall of Fame. I am liking this feud between Bianca and Sonya, says Jilly. John said someone else will interfere, then Edge will show up right after the match and join in the mugging. James said Natalya's definitely going in. They can't say no to her. Neidhart's daughter, she is going in. Helicard said, I simp for Natalya. Days, is Kenny Omega the best wrestler of the last 10 years? Maybe one of. I mean, you could say Danielson, but he's not been able to really show what he can do in the ring in WWE as much. Here's Sonya. I'd say he's in the conversation, but I would have Danielson in there as well. What I've done. Six-woman tag match.
Okay, you know what? Why don't we make it a no-holds-barred match then? Perfect.
Tonight, you're not a WWE official. You're a competitor. So she's got no powers. She's just a competitor. She's very sad. She's very sad about that. Here is Veer Mahan. Veer Mahan making his way out. Let's go, Veer. Simp has multiple different meanings. Personally, I dislike the term. Yeah, it's not a positive term, is it? If you get called a simp, it's not like a pleasant thing. Alison, shout out to you. You don't have to be... Dudes, you have done more than enough. You don't have to be sending in super chats. Just put in your messages. Normally, we'll read them out, bud. But very much appreciated. It obviously goes back into the channel. Alison says, are we watching a rerun tonight? Are we watching a rerun? Hang on. Where's it gone? Where's the message gone? Are we watching a rerun tonight? Because Raw looks like a rerun. It doesn't look like a new episode. Well, to be honest, it's a go-home. And when it comes to go-home shows, there is a lot of recappage. There is a lot of just final touches. Do you know what I mean? These are the feuds. These are the matches. We just need to, put a few little tweaks here and there, a few little touches here and there, just to get us to the show, basically. So it's not a rerun, but you're probably not going to see anything that new or that fresh on this show tonight. I think if you are expecting that, you probably will be a bit disappointed. This is just little tweaks. See you Sunday. That's what tonight's going to be. It's all just prep for WrestleMania Backlash. Did you know that no one has ever kicked out of the KOD? I did not know that. Ryan said Veer was a professional baseball player before WWE. Dark Angel said, I can't wait for WrestleMania SummerSlam. Lol. Cosmo said, Veer Mahan is going to send another person to the ER. Emergency room. Shouldn't it be MF? Medical facility. Raw has been alright, says Davids. Was it previously recorded and isn't live, though? No, I think it's live. I'm not aware that this one's pre-recorded. Someone can tell me if I'm wrong, but I believe this one is live. Simp is now used to refer to anyone that treats a woman with kindness and respect. Well, it's appalling, and I think all these people should be sounded out. The 6-woman tag is so typical of WWE. It's just an easy way to throw 3 storylines into one. Said British Soundboard Pranks. Bill said, hopefully we get more title matches for Sunday. Me and my kids will be at Backlash. Well, there's the one so far, and there's rumours that Bianca and Sonya could be added. I don't know that you'll get any more than that, to be honest. But, I mean, of course, Roman is there. I think that's the big one for the kids. And I reckon Becky and Asuka will be added as well. So you might end up with a couple. But you're not going to be short of star power. I think you'll have some big names there. So the kids will have a great time. This is catered to kids primarily, and they'll have a great time, I'm sure. For the kids, I think a lot of it is just like seeing them live. Do you know what I mean? When I was young, it was all about that. Honestly, you could have given me anyone. I wouldn't have cared if it was Undertaker versus Mantar. Wouldn't bother me if it was Shawn Michaels versus Friar Ferguson. Like, I wouldn't be bothered as long as I can see them. Like, oh my God, they're right there. I'm in the same room as them. Like, that's good enough. So they'll have a great time. Unless kids are more maybe kids are more demanding these days. But when I was a kid, I just wanted to see him live. That was all. Delwyn said it is live. Dort Knight said, have they ever had wrestling shop in the UK that you can walk into, like WWE, AEW? I just want to go and get some merchandise without it being online. Well, they have, and we've obviously done videos on the channel where I've been to exactly that. Wrestling Shop Live is what it was called. That is a place where they do, like, they had T-shirts. WWE, though, has not officially done it, to my knowledge. But Wrestling Shop, which is the biggest online UK retailer, it's a bit like the Ringside Collectibles of the UK, but they don't tend to have the exclusives and things like that. But they're the biggest, figure seller online in the UK. They did one. They've done a few, actually. Shout out to them. We've got Byron Saxton interviewing the Jobber. Why would you sign up for this? All my life. In my hometown of Greensboro, my whole life I've wanted to be competing on Raw. He walked down the street. He's going to get destroyed, man. Tonight I'm going to make my dream come true. This is brilliant. I love it. A little bit of character development, but this time for a jobber. Brilliant. Love it. He's going to get wrecked. He's going to get wrecked. In the corner. Bang to the midsection. Ah! Make him humble, Veer. Make him humble. He's a local guy. Oh, he got hit in the face. Ruin this guy, Veer. Ruin him. Embarrass him in front of his friends and family, Veer. Send him back to the barbecue place. Ah, big knee to the midsection. Ah, another big knee. I love that. I love the little interview before. That's great. We now know that this is a local guy. He wants to beat Veer. He wants to make everyone in the crowd proud. Against the ropes. Ah, Veer. It's about to get... you need to go back to the grill, says Corey Graves. Oh, massive clothesline. Took his damn head off. Oh, don't pin him. Hurt him more, Veer. Hurt him more. Make him humble. Stalking him. Jumps on his back. Ah, and he taps him out. Ah. There we go. Veer wins. Do you know, it'd be really cool if, like, he had said, like, I just want to make my family proud. And they cut to the crowd and there's, like, his family there. And they're applauding and they're all like, oh, you can do it. Imagine if you cut to them now and, like, the people in the crowd are, like, crying and everything. I just think that would add even more drama. Like, they don't need to be his real family. Just get some actors. But I think that would be great. I really like that. I really like interviewing the jobber. I really like it. I think it added to this match. It wasn't just him destroying a no one. All right, he's going to win this. It totally brought me into the fight. It's torturing. And now, like, you see, he's torturing him. He's beating him up after the match. I love the idea of the dad, like, shall I jump over? And the mom being like, no, 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 no. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. I'd love them to do that. Yeah, that's great. He almost beat Veer, in my opinion. It was closer than you think, says Rivy. That is true, actually. That is true. It was very close. He's going to need time off to heal, says Larry. Surely a jobber's family wouldn't turn up. Surely they would. How many times is he going to be on Monday Night Raw? Jeez, if I was on Monday Night Raw, my parents would show up. You'd say to him beforehand, wouldn't you? You'd be like, listen, I'm going to lose, and I'm going to lose very quickly, but what an opportunity for me to be out there and be shown around the world. The world will be able to see me lose. Man, you'd be backstage getting pictures with all the stars, wouldn't you? Yeah, that'd be weird. I bet it's weird being a jobber coming in and, like, you're just backstage. There's Vince. And, like, Triple H might be walking around. AJ's there. Roman's there. And you're just like, oh, my God. Demon Finn would be a great member and would help push Judgment Day towards the title division. Did he do that? Rusev does that in his debut. It's a bit different to the Rusev thing, isn't it? Rusev's was the Accolade, which is just a camel clutch. This one's on the side, which I don't know that I've seen before. Time for Judgment Day. Here we go. Smoke is billowing out. Judgment Day. Damian Priest. Damian Priest taking on AJ Styles. Here is Edge. Have you seen WWE Prism trading cards? I have. I've also seen the price of them, and I think they're ridiculous. Expensive. I would only be interested in the autograph ones, to be honest. Here is Edge and Damian Priest then making their way down. I like the wings on the screen. The wings on the screen look really striking. They look really cool. They look quite good together. If AJ wins, Priest is banned from ringside. Oh, Priest is banned from of course. It's AJ Edge, isn't it? So if he beats Priest, Priest will be banned from ringside. I'm sure that means there'll be a different member. I think Edge wins, and if Priest can't interfere, someone's going to interfere. I want to see Rhea Ripley join Edge's faction, says Amin. Day's Judgment Day is perfect for Edge, says Channel Name. Gives him a chance to stick around and not wrestle that much. Edge is more like a manager. Do you think Bayley will return this month? I'm going to say yes. She can't be. She's got to be coming back soon. Got to be. Jilly said Shayna needs to join them and continue her bloodlust. Her lust for blood. Has a jobber ever gone on to be a world champion? Yeah. Jeff Hardy. Hardys came in as jobbers. They famously were the doormen. And Hardy Boys opened the door at King of the Ring. So if you go back and watch, I can't remember the year, 96 maybe? 96 or 90, I think 96 or 97. The two people that stand there and open the door are the Hardys. And Jeff Hardy, when he's starting out, is jobbing out and putting people over. And then, ends up and obviously goes on to be a world champion. Lol. Best jobber ever, I'd go with Barry Horowitz, says Rivy. I go Brooklyn Brawler. Steve Lombardi. But Horowitz is amazing. Sapphire King, shout out to you. She taught her ACL, may be out for a little more time, says Reese Wrestling. Pierce is in full control of Raw. Mr. McMahon is looking at it with the board in Sanford, says Adam. Eric, hello. Who would you choose to win the tag titles in WWE 2K22? I don't know, because I don't know who's on the roster. To be honest. You know me, I love legends. So I'd probably have Andre the Giant and Jake the Snake. So I'd go legends. James said best jobber ever is Roman Reigns. James, acknowledge him. Acknowledge him, James. Don't catch him. Don't have him catch you saying those kinds of things about him. He'll make you humble. Mason said, do you think Cody could join Judgment Day? Almost like Daniel Bryan did with the Wyatts for a little bit. I don't think so. 'Cause Judgment Day, I don't know if it's it's not really a cult. I don't feel like Damian Priest is joining, against his will or has been brainwashed or I don't know. It's not. I suppose there's a little bit of a cultish kind of a vibe to it, undertone, but I don't think that'd be the right move for Cody. Slapjack and Mace tag team champions, says Sapphire King. Without Judgment Day storyline, Edge would take time off until he come back for a match. Would you say Husky Harris was a jobber before he became Bray Wyatt? I don't know that he was a jobber. He was in Nexus, wasn't he? And he was a jobber. A jobber really is someone that consistently puts people over in matches. So, I mean, I remember Husky Harris winning matches. He probably did lose more than he won, but I don't think that qualifies as a jobber, to be honest. It's more just 50-50 booking, innit? For me, no. I think a jobber is someone you don't really have them these days, to be honest. I mean, it's very rare. They're the guys that just come in. They're your James Ellsworths before he got signed and started beating AJ. It's your Brooklyn Brawlers. It's your Horowitzes. It's your SD Joneses. It's those kind of people. There's a great Twitter account that's got loads of jobber names. It's pictures of jobbers, all the names they've given them over the years and whatever. But you just don't really get jobbers anymore. I suppose Husky Harris might be the closest you get to a jobber on the roster. A bit like Kurt Hawkins. Kurt Hawkins had that run, didn't he? Where he was just putting everyone over. I'd say he was a jobber for that run. We are Judgment Day. Jennifer, hello, shout out to you. Jennifer said, Hardys lied about Jeff age. They said he was older. He was only 16 when he jobbed to Razor Ramon. Was he really? Was he only 16? I didn't know that. That's amazing. That is amazing fact. Jennifer, shout out to you. I did not know that. 16 years old, jobbing to Razor Ramon. Damn, that's a hell of a life. What a life. Being 16 and you're in the ring with Razor Ramon. Evan said Brian was a jobber before NXT. WWE says he was a champion. Brian was a jobber before NXT. Before NXT, he was in Ring of Honor. He's laying into Greensboro, and he's calling them the Greensboro Lemmings. If you had a franchise, they'd be known as the Greensboro Lemmings. Okay, so Edge... Don't be a lemming, AJ Styles. Don't be a lemming. Your heart outweighs your brain. You are rushing headlong into pain and judgment. Something about this promo that's not sitting quite right with me. He's a bit over-animated, I think. I feel like he's changed his style here for this. is like really engaging with the crowds a lot more. I really thought that he would just be like, you know, a lot more shorter in his promo, just saying a few key things and not really like engaging with the crowd as much. Perhaps he's a little bit worried that it's not quite getting over as he envisaged or something, and so that's why he's trying to put a bit more into the promos. I don't know. It feels a bit different this week, the promo style. Does feel a bit more different. They don't want to boo Edge. Perhaps that's it. They don't want to boo him, so he's having to do more and lay into them and rip into their local team to try and get them to boo him. Yeah, maybe it's that. It definitely feels a bit more attacking of the crowd. More animated, more vocal than what I've seen from him before. I hope Naomi is okay after Shayna attacked this past week, says Amin. Is AJ in the conversation for best wrestler in the last 10 years? Maybe. I mean, he's been in WWE for the past, 6? He's done some great stuff and he's had some great matches. Maybe. I think you can make an argument for him being WWE's best wrestler, but I think it's hard because I think the level of match quality in somewhere like New Japan is just consistently higher than WWE. WWE is sports entertainment. They do have great matches, but it's not the major focus, is it? So, maybe, but I think him spending so long in WWE might just hinder him. It's hard to make an argument that the best wrestler of the last 10 years has been a WWE wrestler. Just because they are so focused on promos and they are so focused on, you know, trying to create some kind of story and sports entertainment and Miz TV and all this kind of stuff, you know? The in-ring is certainly a factor, but it's not as major a factor as what you would see in New Japan. AJ is the best wrestler of this generation. He is the modern HBK, says James. No. Will Edge make this team into the next Ministry of Darkness, says Evan. I don't think so. I mean, Ministry of Darkness had, like, druids and all that kind of stuff. Like, I think it's a dark faction, so you can kind of go down that line, but I don't know that it's going to go into, you know, sacrificing Steph on a symbol. I don't think there's going to be sacrificing and druids and that kind of stuff. But it is, there's no denying it is a dark faction, so it is connected in that way. Are you streaming tomorrow? I'm streaming football. We've got Liverpool versus Villarreal. The best wrestler for the past 10 years has been Wrestling Days, says Almighty Nick. You called it, mate. You've called it. Right, an hour into the show. It does feel like this show has gone a little bit slow. Like, I feel like we're only an hour in. We've got 2 more hours to go. I feel like we've covered a fair bit of stuff. You know, if you think we've had Roman getting attacked, we've had Kevin Owens and Ezekiel and all that, we've had Veer, we've now moved on to Damian Priest and AJ. I feel like we've had a fair bit of stuff in that first hour. Evan said we've just not had a good faction in a long time, in my opinion. I mean, I think New Day were good. But, yeah, I mean, they started 2015, so that'd be 7 years ago. Undisputed Era were good, but they didn't come to the main roster. Shield were 2012. I mean, Bloodline are obviously fun, but then, it's hard to know if they're a faction. They are teaming together, which, you know, you could maybe go with Bloodline. Wyatt family, obviously, were fun, but they were about, what, 2014? I think maybe the pandemic kind of meant that we couldn't have factions. Maybe they didn't want loads of people together. So perhaps that's why we were not getting loads of great factions. The last great faction was the Shield, says James. Austin says, I miss the heel New Day. Yeah, that would be good. If they came back, that would be good. Rajesh says, Roman lost his first pay-per-view match against RK Bro and Drew, and his streak is technically over. I might be right. Well, his streak is the fact that he's still champion. So if he loses at the pay-per-view, he's got a streak of having not been pinned since Corbin pinned him before he turned heel. So he's got that streak, but that streak's not as big. The big streak is how long he's been Universal Champion. That's the main one. Even if he loses the WWE Championship, as long as he's still got the Universal one, I think that is still the main streak. So that is the one that, you know, for me is the big one. And he's at 600 odd days that he's been champion. So definitely want to see him continue that, to be honest. Best faction ever was the Nexus, says Stephen. Alex said, did you see an hour ago on WWE's YouTube? No, because we were streaming. Cody Rhodes gave Corey Graves a hat worn by Dusty. Also, didn't Cody bring back the old IC title in 2011? Yes. Clearly, he likes the old title designs. He did, and he said that he is going to try and bring back the Winged Eagle, but I don't think he will, to be honest. I don't think he can. I don't know that Vince will allow him. It would be great if he did. If he brings back the Winged Eagle, oh my God. That would be amazing. If he brought it back, I think it would only be temporary. And to be honest, I just don't think Vince would allow it. I just really don't think Vince would allow it. Corbin was the last person to pin Roman Reigns. Evan says the Hurt Business didn't last long enough and Bloodline don't really act as a faction. Hurt Business didn't last long enough and Bloodline don't really act as a faction. DX, they tried to attack Monday Nitro. They did. Filthy Animals were the greatest faction of all time, says PJ. James said, Winged Eagle or Big Golds? Oh, no doubt. No doubt at all, Winged Eagle. No doubt at all. Back to AJ and Damian Priest. Knee strikes coming in. Evil Twin said, I hope he can bring back the Winged Eagle because the new belt designs all look the same and they're trash. Roman's first heel run for 2 years. I hope this one is longer. 2 years in August. William said, did you see what happened at the WWE sign-in? I did not, William. What happened? I'm hoping when Cody finally gets the title, Vince lets him have a one-off Winged Eagle. It would look so good with Cody's ring gear. Winged Eagle was stunning. Damian Priest has got AJ up. AJ has grabbed Damian Priest. He's got him on his shoulders. And he plants him down. Edge on the outside. Shoulder up by Damian Priest. Shoulder up by Damian Priest. Beat Roman streak with a pile driver. Giant anacondas don't make good house pets. No. No, absolutely not. I could have told you that already. Damian Priest gets rolled up by AJ. Kick coming in by Damian Priest. Enziguri kick coming back by AJ. These two going at each other. It's not bad. Backbreaker. Shoulder up by AJ. I kind of like the fact that this match has got something happening for it. It's got something at stake. I like that. So, Damian Priest will be banned from ringside. Both down. If you had a wrestling finisher, what would it be called, and what would you do? Oh, dude, I wouldn't wrestle. I wouldn't wrestle. I'm a boomer. If I was to wrestle, I'd get hurt, so it's not wise for me to go in. So I would run away. That would be my finisher. Here we go. AJ going for the phenomenal forearm. 1, 2, shoulder up. Damn. What's one of the funny moments? Mine was when the greater power was exposed as Vince. A funny moment. I always used to really enjoy Santino Marella. I thought Santino Marella was really funny. He did lots of fun stuff. And I think R-Truth has had some really fun moments as well. So, trying to think, though. I mean, I must admit, I think comedy is something they do struggle with. When I think about my favorite WWE moments, comedy is not their strongest point. I think they struggle to write comedy. But, yeah, I mean, Santino, I thought he always did fun stuff. Him and Beth Phoenix, I thought were really good together. He went to swing for Edge. Big boot. Against the ropes goes 1, 2, 3. He's got him. AJ beats Damian Priest. Edge jumps into the ring. That's a big win, that is. Big, big win. Damian Priest is now banned from ringside. And that surely means that now Edge has got to go and get someone else for Judgment Day that can help interfere in the match. There we go. Final reckoning. They're just beating up on AJ. So Damian Priest attacking AJ Styles. He's going for a concerto. Could Finn Balor make the save here? We did see Balor last week in a match. Yeah, he does, you know. Balor comes down. Balor makes the save. Did wonder if he would come down and make that save. Nice strikes coming in by Balor. I wonder if this could build to Balor and AJ being on the same sides. What about Balor and AJ against Judgment Day? On the same team? That would be cool. Oh my God, please put them as a group and put Shinsuke with them. I want Balor, AJ, and Nakamura in a faction. I want that faction. Call them Bazooka Club. Call them Ammo Club. Ammo Club. Ammo Club. Ammo Club. Ammo Club. Isn't that just a rip-off of Bullet Club? Shut up. Here's Omos. Steven said, this is awesome. Love it. We've got Cedric Alexander wants to join up with MVP. Yeah, that was good. Too sweet. MVP said he's moved on from the Hurt Business. I want to show you what I can do. Handle your business against Bobby Lashley tonight. Me and the Colossus will be watching. Okay. We need 2 more factions, and then they could challenge each other. I missed that from WWE. Shield Evolution rivalry. Something like that would be great. Here's The Miz. Did AJ win? He did. He did. Right, Miz making... I don't know who he's facing. Who's Miz facing? Miz against Mustafa Ali. Miz against Mustafa Ali. That's what we've got. Bobby is going to squash Cedric. Jilly said, Omos, shut up and let MVP do your speaking. Yeah, stupid Colossus. Cedric is in love with MVP. No matter how many times he turns on him and tells him no, he always comes back. He is like an abused lover, isn't he? Advert for NXT Spring Break-In. And we go to commercial break. Finn will be on the next release list, says Gary. How many former Bullet Club guys are in WWE? Might only be 2, to be honest. Might only be Finn and AJ. But Shinsuke's a former New Japan superstar and would fit quite nicely in that group. I think those 3 together would be great. I would love AJ, Balor, and Nakamura together. I love that. That would be a great group as well. That could be like one of the best factions. Imagine them 3 going up against the likes of New Day and going up against the likes of Bloodline. And if Judgment Day get an extra member as well. God, you could really do some fun stuff there. It does sound very, very tempting. I think whoever buys WWE off Vince just introduce and wear $1 billion belts. Rafi said Ciampa's going to attack Ali again. Sean said, Days, Ali is Miz's guest on Miz TV. I thought it was a match. He's certainly in wrestling gear, I can tell you that much. Rafi said, I'm angry Dakota has been released. End of Days said, Via needs to be fired. Jeremy said, think about the Bullet Club pedigree. Prince, the founder, with AJ, the former leader. With what happened in Japan over the weekend, Bullet Club is viable. I don't know that, Miss Clown. There's been reports WWE has got big plans for Nikita Lyon. Do you think she's that good? No. I feel like they just have her for her body and looks and finisher. Of the 2 matches I saw of her, I did not rate her at all. I think she's got a nice roundhouse kick. I think she's definitely got some kickboxing and striking abilities. But I found her actual matches to be quite green. And she, did not grab me in the slightest. So, I think she got quite a big reaction because, again, her looks. That's a real disappointing thing with like wrestling, to be honest. Like that's, you know, she's someone that could end up getting somewhere because of how she looks, and that I hate that. I heard Vince wasn't impressed with Dakota. If that's true, he didn't see her potential. Nikita does have very stiff kicks. She's good, just got to be careful, says Jeremy. Mark said, I'm going to Clash at the Castle. I hope Drew wins the belt since I'm from Scotland. I think he'll get a massive pop in Cardiff. Miss Clown asks you to name the film. Don't count your tips in public, Cedric. Name that film. No, Miss Clown, it's probably something filthy. Filthy. There's 3 former Bullet Club members in WWE. Cody, AJ, and Finn. Yeah, true. True, Cody was in. I wouldn't put Cody in that group, though. Yeah, I wouldn't put Cody in that group. I think Cody's got his own story at the moment. Happy birthday to The Rock. Right, it is Miz TV. It's got to be leading to a match, surely. Maybe it'll be a tag match or something. Who are the Bullet Club? New Japan group. Started by Finn Balor. Bring back one faction like Nexus and make them take on WWE as a rival, says Evan. Right, here comes Mustafa Ali. We're 9 minutes away from the halftime scores. 9 minutes away from the halftime scores. This is an old look for Mustafa Ali, isn't it? Is this like a retro attire for him? He might start coming out with that mask again. I did have that mask somewhere. Do you remember the light-up mask he used to wear? What happened to the music? Ali made his way down. The music ended before he got in the ring. Cheers for Ali. Have a seat. Have a seat, mate. Do you mind if I call you Moosed? Oh, the mic's not working. Oh, my God. It is unprofessional. Microphone not working. They are playing games with Moosed. The crowd doesn't care, really, said Dregden Den. Is Raw 1 or 2 hours? 3 hours. 3 hours of Raw. And you will watch all 3 hours unless you're a fake fan. He's trying to talk again, but the microphone doesn't work. Miz says this is embarrassing. He is embarrassed. You hate to see it. Please, Moosed, don't go to Twitter and complain. I feel like that came straight from Vince. Me and the crowd have only got one thing to complain about, and that's the fact you still work here. Good line. Made it for halftime score, says April. We'll be getting there. They were piped in crowd noises. Just let Ali go, says Gary. I don't know if they were. When he looked out, you could see people moving in the background. I don't know. I don't know if they were. I think people are with Ali. Oh, Miz has grabbed the wrong microphone. Oh, now they've turned it on. You will live to regret that. Here's Theory. A-Town. A-Town down. I completely forgot he was the United States champion, you know. Completely forgot. I've got something to say that these people want to hear. Been bothering me. I spoke to my mentor. That loss last week is permanently removed. Thank you, says Miz. Okay, where we going? Bring back the old belts, says Evan. You both talk too much. I think Miz is trying to be more physical. He knows the others mock him and call him soft and weak wrestler. I think the Miz is trying to prove that he can wrestle. Gary said, so WWE's plan for Ali is basically the same thing they did to FTR? I've already spoken to my mentor. You get a championship contenders match tonight? It's not going to go too well for you. You can't beat me. He's a good talker, isn't he? I don't know if you can handle all that heat. Mustafa Ali comes across, doesn't he, as a bit Daniel Bryan-ish? You deserve a second chance, says Theory. There is a lot of talk in here. Handicap match. Mustafa Ali versus Theory and The Miz. Right now. So there we go. Handicap match. Well, that's not very fair, is it? So I was almost right. I just had to add Austin to it. No, Austin? Theory. Right, here we go. Halftime scores. Everybody, it's the halftime scores. Are you happy? It's the halftime scores. I really want to know. Halftime scores. Everybody, it's the halftime scores. Won't you tell me what's your halftime score? Why don't you let me know? Halftime scores. Everybody, it's the halftime scores. I really want to know your halftime scores. Are you happy or you sad? Halftime scores. Everybody, it's the halftime scores. Why don't you put in your halftime scores? Let me know if you're glad. Halftime scores. Everybody, it's the halftime scores. I feel like that was an extra long version. Mainly because I didn't know where I was going with it, but it's got the message across. Right, we've got 6.57, 7, 3.37, 7, 8, 5, 0, 7, 5, 4, 6, 5, 5, 6, 7, 7, 6.5, 6.57. Hello, Austin. 5, 7, 5, 6. Hi, Sunny. 3.5. I added the two halves. 5.5, 7. Future comps. 7, 7, 7. Bay. 6.5, 7.5, Roman and Otis, 6.57, Sing It Days, 6, 7, 6.5, 0.75, 7. I'm freaking dancing to this, says Derek with a 6, 7, 10 out of 10, 7, 7, 7. Daisy's making up this singing, says Jilly. Hi, the Sunny Wolf. Later on, 7, 8 out of 10, 8. Can't unsee Days doing jazz hands. Someone please make this stop. 7, 7. Hi, Sunny. 7. Later on, 7.25, 7.5. I said it was 7. Your singing brings up the score. 7, 7, 7.25, 2. Later on, 4. Days, 8. 8, 7, 6 so far. Lol. Hey, Days. Hi, Sunny. Later on, 4. 4 out of 10 for Raw. Same stuff week after endless week, says Erase Your Mind. 5. 5.75. Hi, Days. 0 out of 10. 7. Potter, 3.3, 6.5, later on, 6. Hi, Shaquem, 5. No Roman side plates on any WWE shop. They need to step up their game on both of their shops. Heyo, 3.5, later on, 6.5, emoji, 6. Hi, Days, my ears hurt nowadays. Ha. Days hates Thug Rose, shut up. WWE has got plans for Drew versus Roman for one of the following, either at Money in the Bank or SummerSlam or Clash of the Castle 2022, not Hell in a Cell. 10 out of 10 later on. They're scoring your singing, not Raw. Oh no, the French ambulance is back. 7, maybe it's because I purposely keep my expectations for WWE low, but this has been a really solid episode. 7.5. Let him in said, I love the halftime score song. 1.5, 7. Theory could be, but so far he has not been impressive like heel Cena was. What's the main event? 6. Hi, let him in. William, what? Lols. 6.85, Raw out of 10. Who will win the auction? 6.4. What's O'Reilly been up to in AEW? Hi, 7.5. Austin's a perv. Drift 7 says 7. Drift Zone says 7. Edward says 8. Steven Smith says 2.5. Emoji. Lol, it's true, Sonny. You heart days. Ha. 6.5. It's a return. Might be the lone highlight this week. Days is on a roll. Later on? Ha, Austin. Wow, Days has turned into Excalibur. Cookie, later on, 8 out of 10. I think Days needs rebooting. Lol, Jennifer, 5. James Chadwick, 7. And we are back to the show. Whew. Right, we are underway with this handicap match. This is Theory and Miz taking on Mustafa Ali. Mustafa Ali in that yellow attire. I think they did a figure of that, you know. I'm sure the attire he's wearing is just old attire that he used to wear. Mustafa Ali Elite. Let's have a look. Let's have a little look. Ali on the outsides. Yes! He's wearing that. That's what he's wearing. This is an old Mustafa Ali figure. Don't know what series that was. That is series 69. Series 69. Perv. Mustafa Ali's a pervert. That's a fact. Tell all your friends. There it is. What's that? I don't know what that is. Oh, it says, do I want to buy it? No. That was his debut figure as well. Look, first time in the line. First time in the line. The first ever Mustafa Ali figure was this ring gear from Series 69. There we go. Breaking news, Vince is a perv. Mustafa Ali, a.k.a. the Power Ranger, Series 69. Me and you can get 69, says Austin. We could get the whole series, couldn't we? I'd really enjoy that. I'd really enjoy that if we got the whole series, Series 69. James, shout out to you. You can see the tape on the padded floor from the stuff cutting through it last week. Oh, really? What, when he threw the... What did he throw? Was it a chair? And it bounced off and ripped up the mat. No, surely they've got enough money to buy a new mat. Surely. I know times are tight, but flip. Can't even afford a new mat. Into the barricades. Ali on the outside. Miz on the inside. Theory trying to grab his leg. Miz grabs him. Skull crushing. Skull crushing. Finale. He's done, mate. He is done. He's done. Hey, forget about it. Days, I've always wondered who the leader of the Shield was. I don't know if they ever really announced the leader. I always thought it was Ambrose. I saw Roman as being the muscle. Seth was kind of like the really good in-ring... Not high flyer, but he was the risk taker. And it always kind of struck me that Ambrose was like the leader. And I think that was more cemented in my mind by the fact that Ambrose won the United States belt, whereas Roman and Seth won tag belts. So they were like, you know, the tag team, and then like you've got the guy with the singles title. So I always had like Ambrose as the unofficial leader in my mind, but I don't think that was ever confirmed. Can be anyone that you want it to be. Here is Tomato Chomper. Attacks Ali from behind. Chomper having a look around. Here is Dana and Reggie. You think I want to go on a honeymoon with you? You. She's having a go at R-Truth. You owe me an apology. I'm sorry. I want my baby back. Okay, they're all trying to get the 24/7 title. Oh, Nikki ASH comes crashing down onto 1, 2, 3. Nikki ASH is the new 24/7 champion. Oh my God, Nikki's been relegated to the 24/7 feud. You were supposed to protect me! If you want to save our marriage... Tell you what, there was some intensity there. If you want to save our marriage, you better get me a rematch tonight. And now here she is. She is not interested in Reggie at all. Dana Brooke. Dana Brooke. I think she's underrated. I think Dana Brooke's underrated. I think you can give her things to do, like this 24/7 thing. Do you remember when she was the statistician? She was getting all the stats together. I can't remember who was that for? She was getting stats together for someone. Was it like Titus Worldwide? I think it was Titus Worldwide. She did well in that role as well. I thought when she was like doing the stats and trying to find a game plan, I thought she was really good in that role. I think she's been really good in this 24/7 stuff as well. Like, you can give her stuff to do, and she's good. She's good. Dana, underrated. Dave said, "What's up, Daze? Hi, chat. Hi, Dave. Hope you're well, buds." Daze always forgets who she did the stats for. I still don't quite know. I think it was Titus Worldwide. Worldwide? That was not Dana's finest acting right there, says John. Where's Jerry Springer when you need him, said James. Amin said, where is Seth? Is he not in this show? He might be on later. Dana looks different from the last time I saw her. Well, she's not in catering, so she's actually on screen. So, yeah, she's probably a bit happier that she's being used. Dana's a catering job. Well, she has had a catering job. I think she worked for him. She was in catering so long, she probably did get a job. She's probably the dinner lady. It was Titus Worldwide. It was Titus, Apollo, and Dana. Whoa, what? Did I tell you guys I sneezed out cheese or tomato sauce the other night when I took a shower, says Sonny. There's some things you don't have to tell us. William said, we went to a new restaurant. It was okay. I went to the restroom. There was 2 stalls, and I sat down and I did my business. I mean, right there, I'm going to end. Right there. I think there's definitely parts of this community that share a lot of things about their lives that you don't need to. You don't need to. It's all right. There's lots of things to talk about. If you went to the bathroom in a new restaurant, I understand it's exciting, but you don't need to really share it with us. If you sneezed out cheese sauce with a bit of tomato in it, you know, it's unfortunate, but again, you don't have to share that. I'm sure there's other things going on. Just bear it in mind. Eric said, you did it. Team Giant Days won the Raw 2K22 belts. Yes! I knew they would. Did you go Andre and Jake the Snake, did you? Never in doubt, mate. Never in doubt. Channel name said Nikki might turn face. Her heel gimmick would have worked if she was a supervillain. You're right. If she was dressed in black and red when she was a heel, not blue and gold, it would have worked. Oh, damn you, colours! Damn you! If only she was black and red. Oh, would have worked. Oh. Well, you live and learn, don't you? Here she is. Nikki A.S.H. Almost a superhero. A lot of people call her Nikki Ash. Silly. It's ASH. 24/7 championship match. Liv sold this seat. Has Liv been conning more people? Unbelievable. First she conned someone out of a house. Now she's selling seats. God damn, Liv Morgan, where do you get off? Straight to the midsection, here we go. Nikki has potential, but she's feuding with Jobber Dana, says Jobber Austin 316. If I was Reggie, I wouldn't try to save that marriage. Oh, into the edge of the ring now. Dana getting smashed into by... Look at that. She flops down. Nikki grabbing Dana, throwing her into the ring. We've got R-Truth on the outside. Tamina, Tozawa. Ready to jump in as soon as someone wins. I never told her I was the nasty, stinky lady, says William. What? I think she gets off in her bed. Is the community all right? Oh, Dana's won it back. Dana has won it back. Tozawa's in. Rolls up. 1, 2. No, just a 2. R-Truth's trying to grab Dana Brooks. 2. Tamina is dragging R-Truth off Dana Brooks. Oh, Reggie! Oh, Reggie! She's... No, I'm so sorry. What, is that belt more important than your marriage? You're done. Reggie. Ah! She wants a divorce! Oh, the pain. Oh, I think I'm crying. Oh, my God, I can't believe it. Are we going to have that next week? Are we having a divorce next week? I hope so. We had the marriage. Can we have the divorce? I want it on TV. I want Reggie crying, pleading for her to not go. It's his own flipping fault. He tried to pin her. Again? Guys, women don't like it when you do that. They do not appreciate it. Well, sometimes they do. I will stop you because nobody is ready for Asuka. Oh, look at that spinning back fist, man. Nothing is the way. Ah, so good. Big time Becky Lynch. Here we go. She looks sad. I know she's sad because she does everything over the top. Do you know the bravery it took me to go out there and tell the world I'd hit rock bottom? Listen, love, you ain't hit rock bottom till you're in that 24/7 title chase. How can she walk around saying she's hit rock bottom when T-Bar and Mace are sat in catering? Do you reckon T-Bar and Mace are sat there going, well, where the hell are we? If you've hit rock bottom, where the hell are we? I didn't even realise you could get underneath rock bottom. Perhaps it goes rock bottom, catering. Perhaps that's how it works. Main event, mid-card, jobber, rock bottom, catering. That's how it works. Here is Seth freaking Rollins. Burn it down. Burn it all down. The visionary. They might be in hell, says to heel. I heard it might be face Becky versus heel Ronda, says channel name. If Asuka beats the man Becky, she can for sure beat Big Time Bex. There's more wrestlers in the 24/7 title picture than in the women's tag team picture, says Reese Wrestling. That was actually a good Becky promo, says Harley. She looked hotter before with her glasses on, says NASCAR live streams. Oh, well, this is Seth. This is Seth. If you are looking at this going, I've seen Becky looking better, this is Seth Rollins. Burn it down. Seth freaking Rollins Appreciation Night. Coming up next. He's got a suit on. White suit with some leaves on it. Pink shirt. Pink tie. He looks silly. I dip my cocaine powdered donuts in LSD and then sprinkle on some PCP. Sounds like a fun night in. Did you see LA Knight has become a manager for Mace? I did see they're trialing it. They haven't properly launched it, have they? We haven't seen him on Raw or SmackDown. I think he's just doing some main event stuff. So I think they're giving it a go at the moment, but could work, could be cool. James said, I like Big Time Seth. He is my favourite superstar. Tyler said, look at WWE actually giving us some storytelling with Becky and Asuka. I am stunned. Stunned, I tell you. Evil Twin said, the visionary, the revolutionary Seth freaking Rollins. Appreciating the drip. Nikita Lyons seems like the person who will take the title from Mandy Rose, says Austin. Can anyone tell me some good wrestling news pages on Instagram, said Drift Zone. I can't. I don't use Instagram. Plus also, wouldn't you just go to Meltzer? Go to Meltzer and go to Sean Rossap. That's where everyone gets the news from anyway. Seth and Becky need to be arrested by the fashion police. Irish Rebel says, everyone, I am back from the hospital. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Well, it's good that you're back. Sorry to hear you was in hospital, not you're out of hospital. That's good. But it's bad that you was in hospital. Shout out to you, Irish Rebel. Has Seth been borrowing Becky's clothes again, says Dave. Yeah. I mean, we all would. Let's not pretend we wouldn't. If we were in Seth's situation, we would all do it. Legend Killer, hello. Hope you are well. WWE should repackage main event, and they should do something good with it, says Reese Wrestling. Cancel it. Can't get rid of it. That would be good. Does anyone actually watch it? Does anyone tune in on a weekly basis and watch main event? If you do, you are officially a WWE hardcore fan. That's it. That's the test. Don't you dare come up to me and say you're a hardcore fan if you don't watch main event. Even I can't say it. Yeah, I can't say it. I can't say I'm a hardcore WWE. If someone said, are you a hardcore WWE fan? I would have to say no. I'm not. I'm a fake fan. I'm a plastic fan. Because I do not watch main event. I had a dream that I was skiing down a mountain. Powder was cocaine. It was weird. And colours started blurring. And I went really fast back up that mountain. Very nice, William. Shout out to you. I do try to read some of William's comments so that he doesn't feel completely ignored. But I would say 99% of his comments are unreadable. So it is nice to get the odd few through, in all fairness. Right, here we go. We are going back to Seth Rollins Appreciation Night. Doctor Strange? What's this? Here's a special look at Doctor Strange. I don't want to look at Doctor Strange. What's this got to do with wrestling? Are you a wrestler? No. Are you a wrestler? No. Is that a wrestling ring? No. It's a building. Are you a wrestler? No, you're a child. Maybe you are a wrestler, who knows? Dominic's a wrestler. Are you a wrestler? Why are you crying? This Friday comes a movie that I'm not interested in. The possibilities are endless. The possibilities are madness. Look at his face. His face has gone weird. Stupid face. He's got a sword. That man's got a sword like Drew. It's Drew. He's got a third eye. Weird. That man's on fire like the Fiend. Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness, only in theaters on Friday. I know what I'm doing Friday. Streaming SmackDown. Genuinely looked like it sucked. But there's a lots of Marvel fans that I'm sure are very excited. I Don't Dream. Doctor Strange. The new Doctor Strange looks amazing, says Talk Night. What a great video package for that new wrestler. It was very Hollywood. Very Hollywood. At least they paid money to wrestling, says Dizzledog. We are back from commercial break. James says the multiverse of ness. Yeah, take that, Marvel. Joe Gacy is NXT's version of Bray Wyatt, says Rafi. Right, we're just seeing a video package from earlier of Drew and Roman. John says, yes, Multiverse of Madness is going to be freaking amazing. What do prisoners use to call each other? Cell phones. Dave said, my daughter can't wait to see Doctor Strange. Doctor Strange coming soon, coming Friday. Rivy said that movie is going to be dope. Sean says, lol. Not a fan of comic book based anything nor space related things, says Lisa. They have to do it because Disney will soon buy them, says Serge. Multiverse of Midness. Days, you are too salty for the Marvel Cinematic Universe. It's not my thing, and that'll come as no surprise to anyone that's watched this channel for a little while. But if you are excited, the only thing I can say is I am genuinely very pleased for you. I'm very happy that people are excited for it. But I just don't understand why I have to be subjected to it. Can't there be a special version of Raw where I don't have to watch it? Maybe that would be the... Imagine in the future, like, you might get to the point where you've got options of things that, you know, if you don't want that, you can turn it off. Oh my God, that'd be so good. Or an advert comes on, you're like, nah, change it. Give me something different. You got to watch an advert, but I don't know. I'm not interested in that one. Show me something else. I can definitely see that in the future. Tailored adverts. You know, like how they tailor the adverts for you on the internet? I can see them doing it in your house in the future. Because what's the point in trying to sell you stuff that you are just not going to be interested in? There's no point showing me a Marvel film. There's no point. So, yeah, I could definitely see them doing that in the future where adverts get tailored more to you. Put it down in your diary, guys. And then when it happens, you can be like, oh, my God, they said that in 2022. It's amazing. And here we are. Right, here is Seth. We need to celebrate a visionary. Telling everyone to get up and clap. Get up and clap. It is Seth Rollins' appreciation. The lights go out. There is a spotlight on Seth. He's drinking it in. He's loving it. Oh, what? Oh, he's loving that as well. You're giving me chills. Seth freaking Rollins in the spotlight. Cody, Cody, Cody. Big Cody chance. Oh. Well, that's upsetting. Funny you should mention that jerk. He tried to steal my spotlight. Days, you can dislike stuff and not be negative. I had to watch the Spider-Man film, and I had to watch Spider-Man fight Macho Man Randy Savage. Seth's theme is so over. When he becomes a babyface, he will be the top dog, says Harley. Brandy, Brandy, Brandy. Literally, you are absolutely on your own there. You are absolutely on your own. This is my appreciation night. Shut up. Shut up your face. Some of you have forgotten just how good I am. You forget that Seth freaking Rollins is the standard bearer. Booze for Seth. AJ and Finn versus Priest and Edge at Hell in a Cell. Are they chanting, "We've forgotten"? Is that what they were chanting? We've forgotten. We've forgotten. Very good. We've forgotten. Get ready. Freaking Rollins. He went to, I think he went to get a video package going. But here comes Cody. Here comes Cody. I'm confused and shook. I am trying to get through this horrible nightmare. Listen, first of all, it's called Raw. Yeah? It's called WWE Raw. Second of all, we've got an hour to go. You're going to get through it. It's going to be fine. Talking of nightmares, here's the American nightmare. That was nice, wasn't it? Pyro going off. They were chanting, "We want Cody." Oh, I thought they were chanting, "We'd forgotten," because he said, "You've all forgotten how much." That was clever if they'd have chanted, "We'd forgotten." We've forgotten. It's a good chant. Why does Cody always look shocked by the pyro? It's probably really goddamn loud. If I was Cody, I'd be like, can we not do it as close to me? Because I'm pretty sure I'm going to be deaf by 2023 if we keep doing this. Adam said, F1 Grand Prix this Sunday in Miami. Yeah, I would be more excited if Lewis Hamilton had a car that actually could go in a straight line. But it'll still be a fun. This is my appreciation night. If you're not out here to give me my flowers, then shut up. Congratulations. Congratulations, Seth Rollins. What is this? Superiority complex. It's a brilliant line. He says you're standing here in this hideous Johnny Polo getup. Johnny Polo, blast from the past. Old school manager in WWE, and that's a nice little reference. God, I bet Vince didn't appreciate that though. I could tell you that you are delusional, and it would be true. He said, I could tell you you're one of the best wrestlers of the last 20 years, and it would be true. But I can also tell you you are delusional, and it would be true. Seth looks like he robbed Tim Burton. Let's see if we can find a Johnny Polo picture. He wrestled hundreds, if not thousands of times in this very arena. Dusty. Just like you, he was an egomaniac. Oh, he's laying into Dusty Rhodes. Dusty was delusional, and so are you. Yeah. Cody ain't taking that. Oh. Dusty really wanted to be the WWE champion, but he wasn't good enough. And as long as I'm here, you're not good enough either. Right hand by Seth. Tell you what, there's some lines in there, weren't there? Some lines in there. There's Johnny Polo from back in the day with his with Adam Bomb. That looks like Manhattan Center, so I'm pretty sure that's Manhattan Center. It does look like Johnny Polo suit. Although, flipping Cody can talk, his suit looks probably a bit closer to this than Seth's does. So, he might want to be careful with some of his references. Right, it went into a brawl, and Seth on the outside of the ring. In the entranceway. Cody grabbing the jacket. He's going to throw it to the crowd. He throws it to the crowd. He threw the jacket in the crowd. That's a nice little memento. Imagine having that in a frame on your wall. Let's roll. Whoa. Right, we are going over to Omos and Bobby Lashley. We've got Lashley taking on Cedric Alexander, isn't he? That match was made earlier. What is the main event tonight? Is it something to do with the Bloodline? Look like Triple T to me. Look like Triple T. Oh, yeah, it does look a bit like Triple T. Just seeing Omos slamming that arm wrestling table into Bobby Lashley. What's this? No, that's weird. So they've got him standing on a plinth, and there's like a bum, 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 bum. And the camera pans up, and Bobby is standing like this. And then it really, like, jarringly, not very smooth, goes into the... Like, it really didn't flow from that one thing to the other. Bum, 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 bum. Maybe you could make it work, but the way that the music came in just did it. It felt a bit jarring. It didn't flow. It wasn't bum 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 ba bum ba 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 ba. Yeah, I don't know. Not sure about that. Bobby's entrance makes him feel like a superhero, says Harley. Bobby going back to his old gimmick, says 1987, big fan. Vince must have loved that. Oh yeah, he will have loved that. He will have loved that. I think you could make it work. It's a weird thing to do to someone that we're already familiar with. It's a weird thing to do to someone that we've already seen a million times. So to try and introduce it now to Bobby Lashley at this stage in his career is a weird move in my mind. It's the kind of thing that you would do for, like, I don't know, Von Wagner or Haaland. Someone, like, you know, that we haven't seen. Then I could understand them doing this look at this guy type thing. But we all know what Bobby looks like. So it's a weird thing to introduce now. And then the way that it went from that into the music felt like they were just a bit off with the cue, maybe. So, didn't do it for me. Incredible Bibby. WWE is better at presentation than AEW, says Finbar. I prefer the old little intro they used to do when Bobby was a heel, said British Soundboard Pranks. What is the main event, says Tarek? I'm not sure. No, I don't know. Bobby is a ledge. Dort Night. Good night. WCW. Darwin loved it. Incredible Bobby commercial break. We are at commercial break. I think Bobby would do better in AEW, says Alan. Harlan said bye-bye. He did say bye. Well, they said bye-bye to him, to be honest. They said bye-bye to him because he wasn't progressing enough, apparently. The 6-woman tag is probably the main event. Oh, yeah, we have still got that coming up. Louis said, I am the person that recorded the Drew and Bobby roast. Oh my God, I can't even talk. I am the person that recorded the Drew and Bobby rope incident at the house show. Louis, shout out to you. Hope you are well. Hope you enjoyed that show. Matt said, Days, I am excited for WrestleMania Backlash on Sunday. Should be good. Amin, see you later. William said, food or dessert? Food. Channel Name said, I think Bobby works better as a heel. I think he works... I think he can work as a face. But better, I would say, as a heel as well. Days, the main event might be the tag match with Bianca, Asuka, Liv, and Rhea, Becky, and Sonya. How have you been? I've been doing all right. busy, streaming a lot. But, yeah, we're doing all right. And we've got a big weekend this weekend. Very excited for UFC and for... Excited for UFC and excited for WrestleMania Backlash. David said, this is not a bad Raw for me. Louis said the show was great. There were some really good quality matches. That's good. Right, we are just at commercial break, but we should be going back very soon. We've got about 45 minutes left to go. 45 minutes left to go of this Go Home Raw. Happy birthday to The Rock. 50 years old for The Rock. You are in a role for setting up live streams. Yeah, we're in a good place. Young Rock, new episode tomorrow on NBC. Right, we've got Cedric Alexander in. He is wearing yellow attire as well. He's wearing attire that looks a bit similar to what Ali was wearing earlier. Little bit similar. Okay, Bobby Lashley against Cedric Alexander and the Colossus. Music just hit. Bobby was a little bit distracted momentarily. Here they come, making their way down. Days looks older than The Rock. Yes. If you struggle with Cedric Alexander, what are you going to do at WrestleMania Backlash? It's a good question. It's a fair question. Okay, so whilst this match is happening, we've got MVP actually shouting stuff at Bobby. Bobby a bit distracted. Why does Triple H look like Jack Dawson from Titanic, says CM316. Do you remember me? Just. Halftime score for The Rock, 10 out of 10. Rock could confront Roman at Backlash, says channel name. Bobby needs to focus and win, says End of Days. Team Giant Days just unified the tag titles. It doesn't even surprise me anymore. Bobby has got Cedric up on his shoulders. God, it's a bad camera angle. Wow, he went hard into the ring post. Cedric Alexander is down. Bobby is shouting over at MVP and Omos. Grabs Cedric Alexander, hurls him into the ring. Bobby in position. Running over. Spear turns Cedric Alexander inside out. Hurt lock applied by Bobby. Bobby with the hurt lock on. So Bobby gets the win quite comfortably. Cedric Alexander thrown down. Bobby telling Omos to come down to the ring, and MVP stops him. I am a 20-30 minute walk away from Timmy's. Young Rock is tomorrow, says Boomers. Mass Chief said Triple H looked like a 15-year-old English boy from the 1800s in Young Rock. It was classic. Days, the lady I live with has a dog named Missy. She's a golden retriever. Oh, that's nice. That's nice. Dun, 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 dun. Bobby in the ring asking for a Moss to make his way down, but no one's moving anywhere. No one's doing anything. Backstage with Liv. We've got an exclusive interview with Liv next. Do you remember when we giggled whilst riding that merry-go-round at the Unicorn Fair, eating cotton candy and laughing at Austin sobbing, not being able to join us because his unicorn had VD? I remember it slightly different. I remember that Austin wasn't allowed to join us because they don't let perverts on rides. Liv Morgan is cool, says Dort Knights. Bliss and Liv should be a tag team. Does Bobby have merch on WWE shop? I believe. Well, he'd have a shirt. I'm sure. Liv with Harley Quinn gear, says to boy. Bam ba-da-dam. Bam ba-da-dam. Next, we've got an exclusive interview. WWE have managed to secure an exclusive interview with one of their own wrestlers. That is well done. Well done. Don't you go to AEW expecting them to have an interview with Liv Morgan right now or anywhere else. WWE have secured, took a lot of work, took Stephanie McMahon a couple of months to get this sorted, but they've managed to get an exclusive interview with one of their own wrestlers. It's excellent work. Excellent work. Eric said, tonight I will be dining on buffalo chicken panini. Very nice. That does sound very nice, actually. I could have one of them. Love Liv, but something's holding her back. But what? Promos? I do think her promos are a little bit lacking. Her in-ring's fine enough. She's improved to the point where she holds her own in the ring. No, I don't really have an issue there. I think her promos are a bit of a problem. And the fact it always feels like she's about to cry. They flew her out to North Carolina and everything. Days, Dr. Rhodes in the Cody verse. Well, listen, I'd watch that, Larry. I'd watch that, wouldn't I? I'd go and watch that. Let's see how Trash Creative prolongs everything. Ciampa and Rhea should be part of Judgment Day by now. Right, we are at commercial break. Of course, aren't we always? And when we go back, we will have the exclusive interview first. WWE 2K22 sponsors WWE on Sky. Ronda will win 10 fights in tonight's Raw. Gable Steveson was an announcer. Miz was an announcer. Titus O'Neil was an announcer. Happy Corbin was an announcer. I don't know what that means. Tonight I dined on fish and chips. Oh, very nice. 2 weeks ago, Rhea and Liv having a little slight disagreement. Which led to Rhea knocking Liv down and then repeating smashing her in the back of the head. Deaded. Raw is great, said Josh. Last Monday, there is Liv attacking Rhea. Maybe Liv's interview will be interrupted by a surprise appearance of Bayley. Why did you ambush Rhea Ripley? I thought we was a great tag team. I was a problem. I think Rhea is disappointed in herself. Great interview. One of the days, Austin is going to delete me, says William. Liv reminds me of a friend. It's scary. She looks just like her. Maybe it is her. Maybe it is her. Maybe you should go up to your friend and go, Ethel, do you work for WWE? And she'd be like, no. Are you sure? Ethel Morgan, are you sure? Rhea did to Liv what Nikki did to her, but Rhea's heel turn was more over, said channel name. Liv is a jobber, says Edward. Oh my God, so many recaps and video packages. We're just seeing what happened earlier tonight. Right. Women. I think that's the main event, isn't it? Women. All of them. AJ takes on Edge. Damian Priest is barred from ringside. Forget about it. How have you been? I've been alright. Been alright. Cody taking on Seth freaking Rollins. Do you remember 2 years ago I said I had a problem with catch chewing my ring ropes? I found a solution. I do not remember that, no, but I'm glad you found a solution. Giant women. Giant women. Is it really? Like, are we going to give these women half an hour? It's a bit generous. What are you going to do when Bibby comes out for you? Bibby won't come after me. I'm a Bibby supporter. Austin said, I only just got here. What's happened on Raw? Things. Things have happened on Raw. Not really essential things, but things. If Bayley turns face, I think she'll stay doing ding dong hello. I don't think she'll go back to a hugger gimmick. Another commercial followed by a recap and then a preview for the next show. That is exactly what's happening. That is exactly what's happening. I just can't be bothered to write all the names. That's all it is, William. This honestly could be 6 guys, and I just wouldn't be bothered to write all the names out. You know what I do when I'm not sure who it is? I just shout out their names loud and see if they turn around. That's fair enough. It's fair enough. Big time Becky Lynch is making her way down. Big time Bex. Becky Lynch. Getting into the ring. My answer to anyone that asks what is happening, my reply will be women, am I right? Emo Becky. Becky in black. Becky in black. is dancing with me, cheek to cheek. Becky going over to all sides of the crowd. So, the women involved: Liv Morgan, Asuka, Bianca Belair, Becky Lynch, Rhea Ripley, Sonya Deville. This match brought to you by Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness. In theaters this Friday, don't miss it. Batwoman Lynch. All you have to type is Bianca, Asuka, Liv, Rhea, Becky, Sonya. No, that's a lot, isn't it? Jeez, not made of words. Becky looks peeved. Big time Becky Lynch. I like the Moody Blues, says Tony. Moody Blues, cool. I know a couple of their songs, though. I must admit, I'm not very knowledgeable when it comes to the Moody Blues, but they are cool. Did they do Nights in White Satin? Nights in White Satin, never reaching the end. I need to check that now. Letters I've written, never meaning to send. Nights in White. Yes. Good. Good, good. It's a tune. It's a 1967 banger. I know we live in a multiverse because of the mushrooms I took. They told me. Every time I hear Sonya's name, I think of Mortal Kombat, and I don't know why, says James. Days hasn't even put Asuka's name. Fake fan. Fake fan. Guys, you're confusing laziness with being a fake fan. Can't wait for Friday's table match. John, shout out to you. Mortal Kombat, lol. Lol. Days, why are you such a jobber? Listen, if I am a jobber, I'm a Hall of Fame jobber. Yeah, if I am a jobber, I'm basically the Brooklyn Brawler of the streaming world. And I'll take that. I will take that. Guess what, guys? We're at another commercial break. You might be joining us going, oh my God, why don't we ever talk about wrestling? Yeah. It's because there hasn't been any. All we got in that last segment was that quick little Liv Morgan interview. Everything else was just like a recap and a slight entrance of Big Time Bex. There was not much in that last bit at all. Dark Knight said, here we go. More Marvel slander. Scenes. Big time shoulders, Bex. Yeah. The F1 Grand Prix this Sunday is on the streets of Miami. That'll be cool. No, you wish you was a Hall of Fame jobber. I am a Hall of Fame jobber. I'm a Hall of Fame streamer. Roderick Strong requested his release. Dr. Rhodes in the Cody verse. Legend Killer, shout out to you. In the Street Fighter movie, why did Chun-Li not get naked? The game would have been better, says William. Lots of pervim. Non-wrestling question. Is Star Wars done for the next 20 years? No, I mean, they're churning out TV shows, aren't they, all the time? End of Day said, I can't wait for the Doctor Strange movie. Where's the wrestling? Said Erase Your Mind. Where is it? I'm upset about Dakota Kai being released. I really enjoyed watching her, says Matt. Apparently she didn't want to re-sign, so don't be too sad, because part of it, I think, was her decision. So don't be too sad. Dry your eyes, mate. Eh? Keep your chin up. I can't believe Reggie did that to Dana. I can't believe it. He deserved that slap and more. Reggie! Big reaction. Big reaction to the divorce. Okay, we're backstage with R-Truth and Reggie. You've still got your health. I had it all. I was a champion. I had the love of my life. Marriages are hard. Did you know that 90% of divorces end in separation? That's a great stat. That's a great stat. 90% of divorces end in separation. Reggie! He's a certified divorce attorney. If you can't keep it together, the truth will keep you apart. It's amazing. There's Nikki. Why is Nikki sad? Is it because she's been relegated to the 24/7 feud? There's Dewdrop. Are you ready to take things more seriously? Yes. Nikki and Dewdrop. Well, where's the belt? Didn't she have the belt? Dewdrop saying to Nikki, are you ready to stop messing around? They could be called the Haggis. They're both Scottish. They could be called the... Well, Edward or no? Is it the Totties? They could be called the Totties. The Tatties. Tatties, I think it is. Ladies and gentlemen, Nikki ASH, Dewdrop, the Tatties. Tatties, 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 Tatties. Becky is just standing in the ring all that time. Yes. Dewdrop and Nikki as a tag team would be awesome if they were serious. R-Truth just won't go away, and that is awesome, says Alan. No more almost a superhero. Cross drop, said Chance 4. Edward says, yes, that is perfect. End of Days said, that is racist towards me because I'm Scottish. Oh, well, let me on this very public platform take this opportunity to say, I don't give a flip. Call them the Kilts. Call them the Loch Ness Monsters. William says, hello. Reese Wrestling says, the Iron Brew Machines. The Iron Brew Machines? Like a vending machine. Jim says, a woman that calls herself Dewdrop is Nikki Cross ready to get serious? Dewdrop. Dewdrop and Dewdropper. I honestly believe the female wrestling division is more interesting than the guys. Shoot me if you think I'm wrong, says Dort Knight. Only good thing about Alexa Bliss being off TV is my wrist has... Oh, Dave. Are you a burner account for William? Is that William again? James said, turn Dewdrop back to Pippa Niven and let Insanity Nikki return. Gene said, Mandy Rose is the hottest and the best WWE women's wrestler. Thoughts? I don't really rate on hotness. And I don't think she's the best women's wrestler. The best women's wrestler is Asuka by a country mile. Justin said, still not ready for Asuka. She's made her way down. Liv's old music is better, says Top Tier. Right, we've got Bianca about to make her way down. Master Chief says, I own a kilt. I've got red hair. I'm offended, says Master Chief. Listen, you know me. If I can offend as many people as possible, I'm over the moon. I have a quota of at least 50 people each stream I need to try and upset. So I've only hit about 30 so far. So I'm running out. I've got 20 minutes to try and pick up another 20. Right, here is Asuka, Liv, and Bianca. Bianca is better than the other men in WWE. Is this the main event? It's got to be. With 20 minutes to go, it's got to be. Tarek, shout out to you. Asuka time, says Zoom Station. Top Tier said it's good to see Asuka back. Really big boost to the division. Greg says, go Team Belair. Well, listen, now that I know who's actually in this flipping team, I will quite happily write it in. Right. There we go. So that's our main event. Do you watch anime? I don't. I haven't really got anything against it. I just don't watch it. We all know who is going to win, and it's Liv, Bianca, and Asuka. Mass Chief said kilts are cozy. You feel pretty free. Another ad break. We are at another ad break. We've had 3 ad breaks since we last had a match. Yeah, I know. I must admit, when they started doing the entrances just before half an hour to go, I was like, is this really going to be the main event? But then we've had like the R-Truth thing. We've had a recap as to what's going to be at WrestleMania Backlash. I mean, there's been loads, man. There's been loads of bits that they've filled time with. I think we've had all the entrances. I think when we go back, the match will start, but they've managed to kill like 12 minutes plus with just waffle. It's quite impressive when you think about it. Edward said, you are not a Hall of Fame streamer, but you are the greatest WWE, boxing, UFC, football streamer. I'll take that. That's very kind. Brian said, I've been watching for 15 minutes and I have not seen a match. Yep. There hasn't been one, that's why. We're waiting for this main event to get going. Commercial breaks are out of control. I can only watch live on a day's stream to get me through. Reese said there's a lot of swinging when you're wearing a kilt. James said Stu Grayson's profile has been removed from the AEW website. Apparently his contract has ended and they couldn't agree a new deal. Jim said Freezing is the best anime series. They got back from Germany this morning. Did they? Did they? That makes sense. They have been on European tour, haven't they? Edward says the biggest jobber is James Chadwick. Shots fired. Knowing James Chadwick as well as I do, I'm pretty sure he'll let that slide. I'm pretty sure that will just be left where it is with no comeback whatsoever. Right, here we go. Asuka going to start us off against Becky Lynch. Belt has sounded. We've got 16 minutes. Becky says, do you know who I am? I love that spinning back fist by Asuka. High kick. Oh, man. And again, she's gone for it 3 goddamn times. 3 times she went for that spinning back fist. She missed it every time, but goddamn if she connected with it. In comes Sonya. Bianca Belair gets tagged in. People I talk to who don't watch wrestling agree a John Cena heel turn would have got their attention and would have made some major news. Cena heel turn is a must. He's not in it anymore, though. He doesn't really compete anymore. I mean, he's out of it. I can't see him coming back for like a run. If he comes back, it'll be for like, you know, a match at SummerSlam or something. But I think that boat has sailed. That opportunity has gone. Takedown by Bianca Belair. Edward said, I think Asuka is hilarious. She's fun. She's amazing. Tag. Oh. I thought she went over to tag, but it was Rhea that went over to actually strike Liv. And Liv gets knocked on the outside. 10 minutes of entrances. 15 minutes of a match, said Erase Your Mind. So, just seeing Rhea in there with Bianca. Sonya's in there now. Knee strikes to the midsection by Sonya Deville. She is just a competitor this week. She doesn't have any of that authority power. James said, if you think I'm a big softie, well then you clearly don't effing know me that well. Oh, James, I didn't expect you to respond with something. But that's very surprised. On the face corner is Sonya. Liv gets hurled into Sonya. Becky picks up Sonya, plants her down. Liv with a 1 count. When you told me to watch Cinderella, I did, and it was great. Well, I'm glad you enjoyed it. Sonya has got Liv trying to throw her against the ropes. Reversal. Tagged by Becky. Back slap. Becky comes in. Elbow drop by Big Time. 1 count. You don't think Cena will have another full-time run like Hogan? No. I'm always swearing. This is not a surprise to anyone, says James. I'm shocked. What happened to Tessa? She went to Women of Wrestling. She didn't want it. WWE didn't want her. And seemingly AEW didn't want her. There's a few allegations doing the rounds and reports that apparently she was quite difficult backstage to work with in WWE when she was with them. They looked at her and they could have signed her a few times. She even competed for them, but I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what it is with her personality. But she's in Women of Wrestling right now. Liv with a suicide dive. Rhea goes down. Rhea kicking out at Liv and baseball slide by Becky. Liv goes down. Liv chucked back into the ring. Now Becky going up top. Big time leg drop. 1, 2, kick out. I would rather watch Eva Marie wrestle than watch Cinderella, or is that too far, says Reese Wrestling. I have no idea. I can't pitch as to what I would rather do than watch Cinderella, to be honest. It's never crossed my mind. Tessa is like the Austin Aries of girls. That's a good way to put it, yeah. WWE said all NXT 2.0 superstars must improve in the ring for 90 days. If they don't, then you're fired. I don't know. I haven't seen if that. I don't know that that's what's been said. Well, I think what they're saying is that when you get signed, you go into a 90-day probation, and they expect you after that 90 days to be at a certain standard. If you're not, then you're fired. I don't know if, like, everyone in NXT, like Carmelo Hayes and everyone, has got 90 days to show improvement. I think it's more for, like, people that are coming in. After this wrestling business is over, can we finish binge-watching Barbie movies without Austin? Sure. It's my favourite pastime. Sleep like Snow White and it can be bypassed, says Lisa. Cody said, when I saw Street Profits getting crossed in the story with the Usos when they came for Raw for Arcade Bro titles, thought maybe we might finally get Bianca in the Street Profits against Naomi and Usos. That would have been good. That would have been all right. Would have been an interesting mixed six-person tag. Gene said, can you start streaming with a hot girl? Yeah, I basically am a hot girl. You don't need that because I feel like I am a hot girl and a hot boy rolled into one. I feel like I embody all of that. How much I wish Paige would come back. Imagine her feuding with Becky or Ronda, says Alan. Looks like there's a fight breaking out between James and Edward in the chat right now. It's a shame to see this spiraling that way, to be honest. It's a shame to see it spiraling that way. What we can do is just do a quick poll, actually, as to who would win out of James and Edward, two community members. Who would win? Who would win? We'll do a quick poll. Will it be Edward? Would it be Chadwick? We'll just ask the community, see what the community thinks. Put it out there right now. Quick poll. Who wins, Edward or Chadwick? Might as well. We've only got 8 minutes left of the show. And it doesn't really matter who wins the main event. But it does matter who wins in our community. That matters. That matters. Lots of votes coming in. Austin said James Chadwick would win. Wow. Wow. End of days, thinks Edward. Poll time. Poll time. This is one really for the community. One for the community. This is how we settle our debates. This is how we settle it. Who wins? 55 votes already. James Chadwick or Edward? Who wins? They're two loved community members. But one will be crushingly disappointed this evening. And that's what I want. That's what I want. If I can find a way of bringing crushing disappointment to one of our kind of big community members this evening, you know I'll do it. You know I'll do it. People picking their sides. It's big. This is big. This is big. I tell you, it's close as well. 56-44. It's very close. Very close in the poll. Almost 100 votes in as well. We are underway. Liv in there with Rhea Ripley. Let him in his team Chadwick. Austin is team non-brown nose. Tony, shout out to you, my friends. Appreciate the kind words. I'm the first and only WWE and NXT double champion, and no one on God's green earth can beat me, says End of Days. Sunny again, just loser gets banned permanently. Yeah, okay. I'm down for that. You know me, I'll ban anyone. I'll ban you all. I might ban myself. Right, we've got Becky down. We've got Liv down. Cody said, and this is how World War III begins. Hashtag Team Boobs. Rhea going over. Big strike by Bianca. Headbutt by Rhea. Bianca gets thrown against the ropes. Rhea against the ropes. Stuck underneath. Shoulder tackle. Rhea Ripley goes down. John said Sonya should have worked with Rhea on her slaps prior to this match. We should get Edward versus Chadwick trending, said Reese. I mean, look, the trash talking is continuing right now. It's... In my mind, we're going to have someone really dejected this evening, and that excites me more than you'll ever realise. Nelson, shout out to you. Tony, a lot of people are hesitant, mate. You're not alone. Loser of the poll must say nice things about the other one. Oh, I love that. That's better than permanently banning. Loser of the poll has to say nice things about the other one. Oh, I love it. I love it. That's a great suggestion. Master Chief. That is a great suggestion. I like that. Loser of the poll has to say nice things about the winner. How about, like, during the SmackDown stream? Or something like that. During the SmackDown stream, the loser has to say nice things about the winner. Yes. Double suplex. Rhea and Sonya suplex Bianca Belair. Duck underneath by Asuka. Asuka's in. Quick kicks to Sonya against the ropes. Asuka goes against the ropes, but Becky was there. Shoulder tackle. Asuka's like, easy peasy. Charging over. Hip attack. Rhea's in. High kick. Ooh, double axe handle by Sonya. Rivy says, I love that. Saying good things about the other. Yes. Yes. 130 votes. Justin said, I would prefer a gladiator-style battle to the death. We'll call that Plan B. We'll call that Plan B. I haven't quite got to the level where I'm getting kicks out of death. And I mean, you know, as I get older, I might. Who knows? Just crushing disappointment at this stage. I am surprised the poll is this close. Oh, I can't see the poll. Where are we? 52-48. 52-48. Woo! It is close. We've got until the end of Raw. You've got 2 minutes. Get your final votes in. 2 minutes. Spinebuster by Bianca. Bianca gets thrown out the ring. Roll up. 1. Reversal. Kick out by Liv. Knee strike by Sonya. 1, 2. Kick out by Liv. Just seeing a hip attack by Asuka as Sonya went down. Liv was on the outside with the double knees, which was very good, by the way. The timing on that was very good. Sonya running over at Liv. Liv moves out the way. Ooh, went for double knees, but Sonya held on to the ropes. Referee has noticed Sonya cheating. Cheating. She's a cheater. Bianca knocks Sonya's legs off the ropes. Flatline by Liv. 2, 3. Liv gets the pin on Sonya. Wow. I feel like they believe in Liv. In a team that's Asuka, Bianca, and Liv, they give the pin to Liv. I still don't understand what a bot is on the internet. Right, we're getting towards the end. Alpha Academy, Cody, Omos, all on Raw Talk. Oh, we're getting towards the end of the show. Need more votes. Oh, gotta wrap it up. It was close. Oh! And new community champion, James Chadwick! Look at that. 51.48. It's going to be like 51.2, 48.8. Oh, the scenes in the chat right now. Edward has to be nice to James on the SmackDown stream. James, well done. Let's get the poll up. We had to end that poll. We had to because we have to put up, what do you score WWE Raw? What do you score WWE Raw? Edward said fight of the year. Fight of the year. James Chadwick robbed. It's just like the Katie Taylor thing all over again. 62675 575 or below. We have to remind Edward on SmackDown to say nice things. He doesn't have to say nice things to everyone. The deal was he's got to say nice things about James Chadwick. I heard Elon Musk paid to see James versus Edward. It was a big fight, man. Nearly 150 votes. That is no small feat, let me tell you. Who's getting relegated, Everton or Burnley? I think Leeds are still in the mix, to be honest. I think Leeds are still in big trouble, so don't forget Leeds. I think Burnley have got some momentum. Everton managed to beat Chelsea. I worry for Leeds. I worry for Leeds. I do. I'm just being honest, I do. Asuka, Bianca, Liv win the 6 women tag match. Zoom Station gives it a 6.75. End of Days said, no one has stepped up to me. Shannon gives it an 8. It's Malik said, is Rhea versus Liv going to happen at Backlash? They haven't announced it. William said mods can ban Edwards if he doesn't say nice things about James. It was the bet. Mods have got that power. Full-time score 7. 675 says Rashawn. 5 says Jonathan. Sapphire, why have you got a problem, Sapphire? Sapphire, you don't have a problem. Edward's got a problem. I expected Asuka to get the win, but it's good for Liv, says Shadam. Delwyn said 7.5. Almighty Nick said 7 wasn't bad. I wish the NFL had a relegation rule. I know a few high school teams that deserve a shot. Tori said, I enjoyed that last match. Adam gave it a 7. Ledge Killer says 6.5. Let Him In says 7. John said 5.2. The Doctor Strange promo package should have closed out the show out of 10. Fulham are back in the Premier League. They are. Delwyn with a 7.5. It's Malik gives it a 10. Rivy with a 6.73. British Soundboard Prank said 5.5. Ledge Killer says 6.5. I don't feel like anything major happened on this show, but I do feel that considering it was a go-home show, I think it was a little bit stronger than usual. But I think that this show lacked anything of real significance. I mean, it was nice seeing the Bloodline open the show, but they got attacked and that was it. We didn't see them again. I mean, like, that was it, and that's all we got from the Bloodline. Nice little brawl between Drew and Roman. And then, like, I feel like the show was just really there, but there was nothing that was, like, really bad. But, I don't know, there's not really anything of any significance either, so I'm going to go 6.25. I think it was fine. It was fine. I don't hate it. It was fine. But I like to sit here after and go, well, there was this, there was that, there was this, there was that. It's like, well, the Dana Brooke divorce moment was pretty fun. Main event was, you know, it's a little bit throwaway because it was just 3 feuds rolled into one match. But it was fine. It was fun. Damian Priest is banned from ringside, which could open up some opportunity. So there's that. The Roman thing was all right. I just felt like it was just little bits that just kept you interested. It's just little things that just kept you interested. But there just wasn't anything that made you go, oh my God. Yeah, I sometimes I like if I can, I like to try and do a video after, like Raw or after SmackDown. I have no idea what I would do the video on for this show. Not a clue. Not a clue. I have no idea what I would do a video on. Like maybe Dana Brooke asks for a divorce. I don't know. But I don't really think that's big enough to do a video on. So I can't really think of anything to do a video on. And I think that has to be reflected in the score. So, yeah, I mean, look, it's probably better than I was still expecting, though. Go home, innit? Go home. I think SmackDown will be the same, so. WWE needs to learn that go-home shows should make you want to watch the pay-per-view or the premium live event. Jim, shout out to you, buddy. Right, let's, where are we? Let's end the thing. Hang on. Did we get to 150? I always try to get, oh yeah, we are. We're exactly on 150, actually. That's nice. We'll end it. No Raw women's title at Backlash. No, well, they didn't announce Becky and Asuka for Backlash. They didn't announce Bianca and Sonya for Backlash. So unless these matches are going to be announced at SmackDown, or unless I missed them, but I didn't see them getting mentioned, no. What do you score Raw? 7-7, 7-5, 34%. 8-10, 31. 21% said 6-6, 7-5. 12% said 5-7-5 or below. So a little bit of a spread. Majority saying 7-10. 21% was 6-6, 7-5, and then as we said, 12% below. So that's where the people think this show is pitched. Alan, see you around, dude. Do a video on Doctor Strange and how great you thought it looked, said Fortnite. Listen, be a quick video. Very quick video. WrestleMania rehash without the good matches, except Cody and Seth, said Zoom Station. I went away forever, said Sapphire. 8 because of the Bullet Balor Club, said Nelson. Well, that is nice. That is nice. I hope they do team together. That would be good. What if I'm busy on Friday and I can't make the SmackDown stream, says Edward? It's all right. We'll roll it over to next Monday, but it's fine. It doesn't matter. It doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter, but just do it Monday. I'm flexible, Edward. It's not a problem. Reese said, do a review like the Great One. I don't watch the Great One, so I don't know what his reviews are like. I'm sure they're very good. That's no shade. I just don't really get a chance to watch other YouTubers. Retribution said, I hope you are well, and Eid Mubarak. Happy Eid. Happy Eid to you and the chat. Happy Eid, Retribution. I didn't know it was Eid, but happy Eid. Video Game Warriors said, I was busy. Tori, goodbye. Damien is wicked, says Lisa. Right. I believe we are done. Appreciate people joining us. We are back on... Well, we're back tomorrow with Liverpool against Villarreal on the other channel and the Wrestling Escape Pods. We're back on Wednesday for AEW. We're back on... And we've got football. Back on Friday, we got SmackDown. And we are starting a bit earlier because of Rampage. And then Saturday, we've got UFC. Sunday, we've got WrestleMania Backlash. Big weekend coming up, so that'll be fun. And I feel like it needs this weekend. I feel like wrestling needs that little boost again. I feel like the effects of WrestleMania have kind of wore off a little bit. So we sort of need something happening. So hopefully like a new member of Judgment Day or Bayley returning or Alexa coming back. Something like that would be really good. Don't need it all. Just one thing would be nice this weekend or next week's Raw. And I think we'll get something like that. So yeah, that'll give wrestling, WWE especially, a little boost. So yeah, I'm looking forward to this weekend. I think it'll be good. Right, awesome. Thanks a lot for watching. Enjoy the rest of your nights, and I will see you again next time. Bye for now.